I live here on a Powderhorn Street where ICE agents walk the beat with a signing bonus $50,000. When we saw those vicious goons steal our neighbors from their rooms, we went out into the streets and yelled and hollered. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Won't you tell her how you stood in the way of Renee Good? How she tried to leave, but you were too afraid of her. How she did just what you said, so you shot her in the head for the crime of standing up for her own neighbors. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. I bet you felt so big and strong when Nurse Pretty came along, and he tried to shield a woman you were beating. 6 agents held him down, and you shot him on the ground, and stood around to watch him as he lay there bleeding. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come, let us hear you tell how you serve the country well, gassing children in their schools and cars and houses, how the nation's great distress can be solved by DHS. You repress the rage your cruelty arouses. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis. Come out, ye cowards, ICE, peel away your grim disguise. Tell your wife how you take orders from the fascists, how the city you betray made you run like hell away from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis, from the white and snowy streets of Minneapolis.
Where she streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, daily, plenty more. Her sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Viva Bojack, 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 Viva Bojack. what I'm talking about. First time singing the song, it's for Riverboat Jack. Shout out. I don't know what I'm doing really, but I got passion. That's what it's about. It's all about passion. Swishy streams, all that content is bursting the seams. Politics, gaming, and plenty more. Your sense of fashion, you'll adore. So grab your stuff and hop aboard. We're going straight to Jack's Discord. Riverboat Jack, 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 Riverboat.
Hello, everyone. How we doing? Hello, Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog you know. How you doing? Hello, Mr. Malachite. Hello, Von 400. Hello, Malachi. Hello, Story the Bard. Hello, Cliff. Hello, Punky Gal. Hello, how we doing? Hello, Gamer G. Hello, Techni Seed. Hello, Zach Fletcher. Hello, Nine-Tailed Witch. Hello, Big Jerry. Hello, Tinfoil Slacks. Hello, Valkyrie the Smith. Hello, Jayla Rose. Hello, Stop the Stupidity. Hello, Lunar Spunk. Or Lunar's Punk. One or the other. Hello, Nethercat. Hello, Sparrow in the Snow. Hello, Mabs Alicorn. Hello, G. Klein. Hello, Priscilla. Hello, Cute Dark Arts. Hello, Skit Kits. Hello, the Stegocephalian. Hello, Webmage 101. Hello, Feistiest Bard. Hello, Zaron Joy. Hello, Matt. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Hello, Minute Rice 1954. Hello. Dropping in from the capitalist hell of retail. Phew, I bet. I hope you have a good time lurking. Hello, Vox Boxman. Hello. Hello, your Ascended Kitten. Hello, Superjet Guy. Hello, Metal Kitty Mom, the metalist kitty we know. Hello, M68 Ken. Hello, everyone. So lovely to see you all here again. Once more. That's right, we're getting started. Whew, hope you guys had a good weekend. Sorry about just being a little inconsistent over the last few days. I would very much like to be able to take a weekend off at some point, but you know, we're finding time when I can. Hello, purple haired Jay. Stop the stupidity. Thank you for the $10 super
for
chat.
the awesome singing and song.
I'm glad you enjoyed my rendition of Come Out Ye Cowards Ice. It's great stuff. Great stuff, as compiled by a number of different folks, but notably Carsey Blanton and Ben Grosscup. Hello, Tubian. Oh, the Oceans of Salt if AOC actually won. Yeah, you know, it'll be interesting to say the least when we see the outcome of the upcoming election. God, don't make me hope. Too bad. We're gonna be talking about it later in the evening. We got a number of smaller stories to talk about, but I figured we should maybe gas the hope you mentioned before we get started, because we're gonna be talking about a lot of not hope filled things for a little bit, but I'll fuel up the hope engine for you guys before we get you know waddling along. Hello, Ken's sister Sue. Hello, Zolta. Hello, Quiet Kitsune. Oof. Hope you're all doing all right. Oh god. People would be crying for different reasons. Yeah, true, Malazito. I'm really glad you guys enjoyed me singing at the beginning of the show. It's fun to do. Um, what's happening? Hey, Agramuglia. We're gonna be opening up with some hopium straight from New York City. That's what's happening first on the docket tonight. What's up first? Let's jump into it. Okay. So, folks, I wanted to start out our show tonight at talking a little bit about what the vision for at least the rhetoric of a candidate in 2028 for the Democratic ticket. What should that look like? And I think really we don't have to look that much farther than what Zoran Mamdani is doing basically every single day in New York City these days. Like it's honestly ridiculous how absolutely nailing it at being a politician this guy is. And I know inevitably he's going to screw it up, but he hasn't yet. But like this is essentially what every single elected Democrat in Congress and who is aiming for the presidency, this is what they should be like. These are the notes they should be cribbing from, you know? Um, here is exactly the rhetoric that I think is essentially like pinpoint precision guided to be excellent at winning in any of the upcoming elections that we have going here. Okay. So if you guys have any idea, like any of the politicians who are just kind of like running around like chickens with their heads chopped off, just like not sure what they should be doing. Oh, should we take a strong stance against ICE? I don't know. Like, I gotta be honest, this is where they should all be at right now. This should be the bare minimum. This is the bar.
Faith, we are told, is the belief in things unseen. Faith that the bus would arrive. Faith that somehow, some way, the rent would get paid. Faith that a leader would place the concerns of the many before the interests of the few. Standing before you today, I think of Deuteronomy 10:17 to 18, which describes the Lord as one who shows no partiality and accepts no bribes. He defends the cause of the orphan and the widow, and loves the stranger residing among you, giving them food and clothing. And today, my friends, I want to reflect on the third charge, loving the stranger. Across this country, day after day, we bear witness to cruelty that staggers the conscience. People ripped from their cars, guns drawn against the unarmed, families torn apart, lives shattered, quietly, swiftly, brutally. If these are not attacks upon the stranger among us, what is? ICE is more than a rogue agency. It is a manifestation of the abuse of power. In fact, we know that there is no reforming something so rotten and so base. As the federal government attacks our neighbors, those who worship in just the next pew over, they command us not to believe what we see. And they would succeed were it not for the many among us who have not only read the scripture, but who live the scripture. Those who refuse to abandon the stranger. In a moment such as this, I look to the Bhagavad Gita, which teaches us that the highest calling is to become someone who sees the true equality of all living beings and responds to the joys and sorrows of others as if they were their own. I think of Exodus 23:9, the words of the Torah, "Thou shalt not oppress a stranger, for ye know the heart of a stranger, seeing ye were strangers in the land of Egypt." And I consider my own faith, Islam, a religion built upon a narrative of migration. As the Prophet Muhammad ﷺ said, Islam began as something strange and will go back to being strange. So glad tidings to the strangers. If faith offers us the moral compass to stand alongside the stranger, government can provide the resources. And that is why this morning, right here in this moment, I shall sign an executive order that will uphold our city's protection not just of our fellow immigrant New Yorkers, but of all New Yorkers from abusive immigration enforcement. This order is a sweeping reaffirmation of our commitment to our immigrant neighbors and to public safety as a whole. We will make it clear once again that ICE will not be able to enter New York City property without a judicial warrant. That means we will protect New Yorkers' private data from being unlawfully accessed by the federal government and stand firmly against any effort to intrude on our privacy. This order mandates that essential city agencies are complying with city laws, and it will establish an interagency response committee so that in the event of a major crisis, we are ready and equipped to do the job of protecting New Yorkers. City Hall will not look away, but we need our faith leaders with us. Your moral clarity, your integrity, they are the pillars upon which countless movements for justice have been built. If anything can turn back the rising tide of hatred, it is a chorus of those who worship differently and live differently. My friends, for as long as people have called this city their home, the forces of darkness have raised the question, who is a New Yorker? The people of the city have offered our own answer, all of us. This will not be an easy contest. Those on the other side, the ICE agents of the world, hold power and weaponry and a sense of impunity. And yet we hold one advantage over them. One advantage that no matter how hard they try, they cannot overcome. As they mask their faces to attack and murder, we are not ashamed of our answer. So together, New York, let us love the stranger among us, because we are them and they are us. Thank you.
I'm not gonna lie, guys. There are very few people that I would say might be able to amass the kind of political capital to change the Constitution just purely on the basis of their gift for oratory and their penchant for correct and good and beneficial policy making. But New York's Zoran Mamdani, I know that there are very real barriers between him one day becoming president of the United States, but like, you can't tell me as an American you listen to a speech like that combined with action like that, and you don't see a little bit of yourself that thinks, yeah, this man could go all the way to the White House. You know, like, all I'm sorry. Yeah, like, we'll get the Mamdani amendment through, exactly, just for him. Um, but all that being said, what you have here is a perfect outline for the rhetoric that can win just about anyone over in America. Okay? You've got a direct appeal to the religious roots of a lot of very deeply convicted individuals who they exist in America, and often they're very conservative. But this type of rhetoric shakes those conservative roots, you know? And I think that every single Democrat that is running for office would do well to take from this that, like, understanding a compassionate and being able to present a compassionate view rooted in different religious traditions is actually a strength. It can actually be used as a strength. And in this particular case, it is a wisely picked strength to appeal to, using a day for New York's religious community to come together with the mayor, largely because one of the foundations you need to win over in order to oppose an authoritarian that is attempting to seize power is the faith community. There are several different pillars that keep society supported. One of them is, in fact, the faith community. And I know that there are probably those among you who are like, oh, why does he have to make appeals to faith? Well, it's because, like, we live in a society where people have that faith. And just from a purely rhetorical point of view, this is a very good move, you know? And, like, not only that, but he follows it up with immediate action. And now, of course, one of the funnier parts of this is that, like, a mayor's executive order has relatively minimal impact generally speaking. But what this does is it signals that no matter how small or virtue signally it might be, this man is in our corner. This man is going to fight the entire federal government in order to keep you safe. And that is an incredibly powerful stance to take as a politician. It builds faith in their ability to lead. And that's incredibly important. People need to believe in political leadership. And that has been something that is all too often something that Democrats in leadership positions have been too afraid to show. You know, when you get your when you've got like Chuck Schumer out there and Hakeem Jeffries, they're afraid. Like the reason they don't put out any like hard calls to action or any kind of prescription for what they want to have done, and the reason they lag behind like public opinion and they lag behind activist calls to action is because they're afraid. They want to means test every single thing that they do instead of looking at the situation and assessing like what is the right thing to do, what is the righteous thing to do, what is the good thing to do that will help working people in my districts. They have to means test all of it. They have to spend $10 million just to figure out what their next position is going to be, you know? And that's one of the reasons Mamdani speaks from a point of strength here. It's because he doesn't need to means test his positions because he actually has principled positions. And you can tell the difference plain as day. And yeah, I just think that this is the blueprint. If you wanted like a 4-minute long condensed blueprint on how you construct a speech to resonate with the American people across, you know, urban, rural divides or across socioeconomic the socioeconomic ladder, like this is it. You know, this is about as strong a showing as you're going to get. And I think that ultimately like Zoran Mamdani is going to be judged um both on the strength of his rhetoric and the strength of his ability to coalition build, as well as on his ability to deliver on his promises. And I think that if he can deliver on the promises that he has made, which so far he's been chugging along. He's been getting those favors in order with Albany in order to get his positions passed into law, which is shrewd on his part. And so I just think that this is an extraordinary condensation of what we actually need from Democratic politicians. And we're going to be talking about that a lot more later on in today's show. Um, but I think for what we're talking about right now, I think it kind of speaks for itself. We need somebody who's actually going to fight for us. We need somebody who's actually going to be able to understand how to package that to appeal to folks and get them on his side or her side or their side. Um, it is going to rely on all of us working together, and it is also going to rely on having people who are willing to step up to the plate and actually do the hard task of leading. And I think we're going to see that. I do think that we are going to see that as we go forward more and more, and the Democrats realize it's time to really plant their flags and speak out. We're already beginning to see it as the midterms begin to heat up, but I I think this should be like the big green flag saying, just go for it. Just go for it. People are hungry for a progressive, pro working class candidate for the first time in like 60 years. Like, if not now, when? And I think taking the rhetoric of the stranger and making that a national call to action, a national call to embrace the stranger, for at one point we were all strangers, I think that should be a just a gimme, like a rhetorical gimme. Like, everyone should be incorporating that into their messaging. It inherently puts you at odds against ICE, But not only that, it puts all good people of faith and conscience against ICE. And that, I think, is an important task to really drive into the general electorate. So that just my thoughts on the matter. And I think that it's just like such a solid showing that every Democrat should be cribbing from this speech. But that being said, let me know what you think in the comments. And also, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, and we need to get organized. The midterms are coming up here, folks. It's not enough just for me to blather on about like the need for people to embrace this rhetoric. Get involved in your local political orgs. Get involved with your local Dems. Get involved with your local DSA. And then use your positions there to get your local politicians to start using this type of rhetoric, to start actually stepping up to the plate and defending your local area against ICE. It needs to be done because these folks are just appearing in rural and urban and suburban areas and just snatching people up. And we need to organize an actual meaningful resistance in the form of like making sure all your elected officials are against their constituents being snatched up. Simple as. So, all that being said, get organized with your local Dems, get organized with your local DSA. If you need help, join our Discord, reach out to Gamergy for help with DSA, reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems, and last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. People love it. It is non-tucking lingerie. Check it out. New colors and styles and sizes coming in the near future. So please do check it out. Link should be down in the doobly-doo. And let's keep on going. Whew. Didn't that feel good? Didn't that feel good? Never worried about ICE because I'm not an illegal. I got bad news for you if you think that's gonna stop ICE. I got some real fucking bad news for you if you think that's gonna prevent ICE from picking you up.
Everyone, did you exercise today?
Hell yeah, I
The
did.
fascists did. Why haven't you? I am proud of all of you chimps.
Hell yeah! Also, Uncle Simric, thank you for the $10 super chat.
Thanks
Thank
to
you for the
Jack.
5.
My wife has arranged 3 gubernatorial candidates and 1 congressional representative to attend our
Oh,
county
hell
Dem meeting,
yeah!
and she isn't even an officer.
Hell yeah! That's the kind of cool shit you can do if you actually show up to the goddamn meetings. I understand meetings are not sexy. But they get shit done. Hell yeah. Good job, Werix and Werix's spouse. Also, just as a heads up here, we are 19 subs towards our 200 sub goal. Boop. So just in case you were keeping track, gotta add some more brain rot onto the pile since I got some content done the other day. Boop. I just got out of a meeting a few hours ago. Hell yeah, Gamer G. Boop-a-doo. I'm gay, but vote Republican because of these people. Uh-huh. Where are your gay credentials, sir? You have to prove it right here, right now. How gay are you? Are you a lumberjack gay? Like a Midwestern lumberjack gay, aka you look like every other hetero cis man out there? Or are you like I don't know, queer eye for the straight guy gay? Yeah, in Trump's America, you have to show ID to prove that you're gay. It's true. Gotta be ready to present your identification. I'm just happy gay? Fuck yeah. I played with Barbie since a kid. I'm effeminate and clearly gay. Uh-huh, uh-huh. I believe you 100%. Oh. Case closed. Played with Barbie. Checks out. Moving on. Fuck. If that's the gayest thing about you, you got some work to do. You got to start. I don't know, like going to a gym full of straight guys. All right. All girls, all girls proven to be gay. uh, fuck. Playing with trains is gay. Yeah, that's the number one. See, hologram cat girl. That is an actual like gay credential right there. Oh, you're gay? Name 5 different types of trains. Odd Spectre, thank you for
Hey
subscribing.
Jack, I'm heading to speak out against potential ICE facilities being built in my hometown tomorrow.
Hell yes.
Just wanted to say you helped give me the courage to do so.
Hell yes. Genuinely, right now is a perfect time to get involved in order to speak out and make sure your town doesn't allow for a concentration camp to be built there. It's working. A number of them have already been canceled or sales have been rejected due to public outrage and pressure. So, like, yes, absolutely worthwhile to do. Okay? Girls don't want Barbies, they want Lionel Coinbank. Train wives. I just have to say, like, I'm sorry, unless you, if you're come at me and you're like, I'm a gay Republican, LGB without the T, you better be ready to list your top 5 favorite Ralph Lauren polo bear outfits, okay? You better come armed and ready, all right? Yeah, that's right. Which polo bear outfits do you think look good? Cause you know what? You should fucking know, all right? You should just fucking know. Do they actually have the bear of this outfit that I love? No, they don't. They don't have the bear, but they do have this ridiculously priced sweater. Just like look at this. Look at the immaculate outfit this bear is wearing. I don't give a shit about the sweater, but like look at this outfit. That bear is serving cunt right now. Okay? Just goddamn. That's right. Top 5 outfits from Ralph Lauren's polo bear. That's fucking slay. Yeah, just again, if you look up Ralph Lauren polo bear outfits, like it's so It's ridiculously good. It's stupid. That bear is stupidly attractive. I hate it. It's like if Paddington's like, I don't know, uncle came to town. So goddamn stupid, but I love it. All right. Anyway, if Paddington did coke, wow. All right, you guys ready to jump into jump into our next segment? I don't know if Chad is. I don't know if Chad is either. I think I just lobbed a hand grenade of fashion into chat. I don't know that they know what to do with it. Folks, we've been going for a little bit now. How long have we been going? 40 minutes. That's soon enough. If you've been enjoying the show, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the buttons that support the show. You know, drop those subs, those donos, those memberships, those super chats, because those are what fuel me and allow me to keep my bones. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click 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 button. God, it's so good. Max Danger, thank you for the 5 gifted memberships over on YouTube.com. God, YouTube's been killing it lately. Just gotta shout all y'all out. You guys have been absolutely killing it in the supporting Riverboat Jack stream game. Wish I had a theme song. Oh, he wishes he had a theme song. The King Kerplunk story. This is the song. All right. Y'all ready to keep going? Hey, T-Leif. How you doing? Contact Jazz Dog, the jazziest dog you know, for a theme song payment. Indeed, small frog. Hello to you as well. Hello, Coder Joe. No green name for me? I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Did someone say my name? Me, always. You guys ready to jump into our next segment? White Converse girl, my natural enemy. Oh no. All right. Let's jump into it. Hmm. All right. Let's take a look. Okay. So, just real quick, folks, I wanted to talk a little bit about what the Trump administration is trying to do, right? Because one of the issues that folks are running into is that the Trump administration slashed $1 trillion
YT may be
from
killing
Medicaid.
it, but we love you more, because you get more of our dollary dues.
It's true. Thank you, Salmon Moose. Thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs over on riverboat.gg. Very much appreciated. Thank you so goddamn much. Did you miss President AOC? You did not. I'm going to restart this seggy, though. So, real quick, we need to talk about what the Trump administration is scrambling to do with regards to healthcare, because you can't really cut like over $1 trillion from Medicaid without there being extreme levels of fallout, which we've seen, you know. A number of rural hospitals have been closing due to the fact that Medicaid is no longer functional for a lot of their patients, and that means they don't get paid, which means they become insolvent because they're owned by private businesses, and then they shutter their doors, right? Just to kind of like sum up the problem. Well, not to worry, guys. Not to worry. Because Dr. Oz, the Center for Medicare and Medicaid Services administrator of the entire United States of America, somehow has a plan to fix all of it. And his plan is, what if we just replace doctors with AI? What if we just do that? What if we just take away your doctor and give you this AI machine? And I gotta be honest with you guys, you should under no circumstances allow your healthcare to be dictated by an AI. You should not do that. It is gonna kill you. Don't do that. Okay? But yeah, Dr. Oz pushes AI avatars as a fix for rural healthcare. So let's just see what he was proposing. The AI proposal is part of the Trump administration's $50 billion plan to modernize healthcare in rural communities, which I just want to point out would probably be a lot more useful and accessible to folks if one, it wasn't trying to crowbar AI into everything, and two, if they hadn't cut $1 trillion from Medicaid, causing the closure of many of the instances of rural healthcare. So, just as an FYI there. Um, but yeah, let's just take a look here. There's no question about it, whether you want it or not, the best way to help some of these communities is going to be AI-based avatars, Oz said recently at an event focused on addiction and mental health hosted by Action for Progress, a coalition aimed at improving behavioral health care. And I just want to point out, you shouldn't be getting your mental health care advice from an AI because, one, they're not people and can't understand how people think, and two, because these machines have been shown to be so insipidly cloying that they've convinced people to kill themselves. They have fed into people's delusions and convinced them to kill their families. Like, this is not something you should be pushing at all into a general public. Okay? Like, we should be opposing this with every democratic tool at our disposal. Okay? Yet another reason why we should be getting organized on the local and state and national levels. It's really important that we do. But like it gets worse here. We can use robots to do ultrasounds on pregnant women, Oz said. You take a wand, you don't even see the image, you just get digitized insights that tell you whether the child's okay. And frankly, I don't have to see the image. I just have to know if the image is good enough to tell me the child doesn't have a problem. And it's like, oh boy, so okay. All right. So yeah, no, just trust us, bro. Trust us, bro. You don't have to see the image anymore. You don't need to know. Just let the robot scan you and trust that its output is real. Trust that the output is real, bro. It's fine. It's fine. Just trust the AI, okay? Just trust it. Um can I just pull up something real quick? Yeah. Just apropos of nothing, totally unrelated to what we were just talking about. I want to show a Reddit post that's been making the rounds here. Um We just found out our AI has been making up analytics data for 3 months and I'm gonna throw up. So we've been using an AI agent since November to answer leadership questions about metrics. It seemed amazing at first, fast answers, detailed explanations, everyone loved it. I just found out it's been hallucinating numbers this entire time. Our VP of sales made territory decisions based on data that didn't exist. Our CFO showed the board a deck with fake insights. The AI was just inventing plausible sounding percentages. I only caught it by accident when someone asked me to double check something. I started digging and holy shit, it's bad. And hey, maybe, now that I've introduced this unrelated piece of information, what if it was related? What if, in fact, instead of, I don't know, making company sales projections based on what an AI spits out, you were instead making healthcare decisions about your unborn baby? Uh-oh. Suddenly it gets a whole lot more real and a whole lot worse. And hey, maybe we should not be using this technology. I don't know, just a thought. Maybe we shouldn't entrust our healthcare decisions to the machine that lies to us. Just some thoughts. I just hey, maybe the solution to improving rural healthcare is fully funding our healthcare system instead of cutting $1 trillion from it. So that we can give the richest people on the planet the biggest tax cuts of all time, literally in history. Holy crap, the AI recession is going to be apocalyptic? Yes. Anyway, just something to think about. What are your thoughts? Let me know in the comments. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. And also, please get organized on the local and state level. Show up to your local Dems, show up to your local DSA meetings. It is important for you guys to go to the meetings and to make your voices heard because we need to make sure these AI data centers aren't just being rubber stamped in our communities to poison our water and poison our air. We need to make sure that we're not just getting AI doctors replacing our actual doctors in our communities. This should not at all be allowed without a fight. And we all got to get organized if we want to stop this from happening. So join your local Dems if you need help. Reach out to reach out to Dragonfly in our Discord. And if you want to join your DSA, reach out to GamerG in our Discord. And folks, last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com, gender euphoric lingerie, designed to support trans femmes and also tested on cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, and it's non-tucking lingerie. So check it out. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Whew. Is it okay to post a link to a short video that fits the AI discussion? Absolutely. I'm 65 years old and I've put up with disgusting misogyny all my life. It's only gotten worse. Yeah, a lot of not great messaging in the chat around trans folks at the moment too. But apologies for these folks coming on in. I don't tuck my sheets. I don't tuck in the streets. Hell yeah. Oh god. Okay. All right. We are about to talk about something incredibly awful, but I want you to know that after we finish talking about it, we'll have a little bit of a delightful time. Okay? All right? You guys ready? Here we go. And I do, you know what, actually. So I want to preface this a little bit, folks, before we get into it. Um, we're about to be talking about how these major AI companies and social media sites are openly embracing algorithms that proliferate AI generated sexualized content of children. It's not I know that the go-to has been to um talk about, Grok and Twitter, but they're not the only offenders here. And so we're going to be talking about this. I understand if that is something where you guys might need to mute the stream, mute the segment for a while, but we're going to be talking about this because I think it's important. I think it's very very important. And I want to give a shout out to Jeremy Carrasco for pointing this out and kind of documenting this algorithmically boosted content. And let's at least check out enough so that we understand the problem.
We uncovered a frightening number of sexualized AI generated videos that use likenesses of underage girls hosted on Instagram, tallying over 130 million views across just 144 videos. Over 2 months, we discovered an algorithmic track that starts with sexualized AI generated adult characters, transitions to AI generated videos that show underage girls' likenesses in sexual contexts, then devolves entirely into showing real underage girls, often posted by their parents, in a feed full of AI generated and real sexual content. But what was most startling was how easy it was to surface that content and how reliably it led to real videos. The full investigation is on Riddance, which we partially launched for this. The research for this was done in January, but I couldn't talk about it on video because I'm not going to show it, and I struggle getting my words out about it. But there you can read about the AI video format that we tracked, how we conducted this investigation, and why it'll probably get worse without system-wide interventions outside of just Instagram. The videos and accounts we found have been reported to Instagram, and they remain up almost entirely. We're waiting for further comment from Meta on the piece.
So, yeah. I mean, essentially what we have here, courtesy of Show Tools AI, which is a channel dedicated to showing how AI is infiltrating our everyday lives. And yeah, the company that has gotten the most heat for this recently has been Twitter. But this isn't limited to Twitter. Twitter's just been openly embracing AI generated images of children in sexual positions. But companies like Meta through Instagram, Facebook, um, they have also been embracing AI generated content, as well as YouTube. I will add, at the risk of the main platform I have here now, um, and it all seems to follow a very similar pattern. And I am going to link this piece here from Ridden's AI, just so that you guys can read it at your own time, especially if this is all too overwhelming to learn about at the moment. Um, but essentially, incredibly, as of January 27th, Ridden's tallied over 130 million views attributed to just 144 sexualized AI videos showing underage girls' likenesses. This includes over 10 million views on videos that we classified as egregiously sexual. So this is not a small uh, operation. We're not talking about a huge number of videos. We're not talking about but we are talking about is just this sliver. This is not remotely comprehensive, you know? Um is this some kind of desensitizing campaign? No, this isn't related to desensitizing folks. This is related to making money. This is related to making money. The algorithm prioritizes making money, right? And so what is happening here is people are posting essentially videos of sexualized children in order to make money because that is getting views. And the algorithm is then latching onto that and mainstreaming it so that it is being shown to more and more people. And then there is also the algorithmic pipeline from that, from it being inserted into people's feeds who have no interest in it necessarily. And then it hooks some folks and draws them to actual videos of child sex abuse materials. Okay? And while you might be saying, well, there must be some kind of failsafe in a lot of these other AI generators, even if Twitter might not have that, surely it exists in other ones. And yes, but as this investigation finds, essentially the one of the formats that has emerged due to the algorithm is, at least that can be put into a more mainstream context here, um is that AI generate an image of a girl, and the example that they give here: a young girl sits on a driveway cross-legged in front of a beige siding and a house with beige siding and American flag. She holds a banana in her right hand, purses her lips, squints, and makes a goofy face. The caption says 2019. Sudden cut to a 2025 in the caption, and a brunette woman with similar features now joyfully flowing to music in a car, wearing a scant pink bikini, and then the whole video loops. And so, as you can see from this example, essentially what's happening is uh, showing a picture of a child in a sexualized situation, that the AI will still be willing to permit, and then juxtaposing that with an aged up version of that same AI generated child in sexualized clothing. And then it loops. So people who enjoy this content then just watch the loop. And as you can imagine, this then leads to down a rabbit hole towards more explicit content, right? And understand that they're doing this with AI generated images of children. Um, I mean, like, frankly, it should be a crime to generate AI images of children. It should just straight up be a crime. Um, I the more that I learn about how this technology is being used, the more it really seems like it is only there to destroy inaccurate information and serve like the worst, most depraved individuals on the planet. Like it destroys the information ecosystem and also essentially creates like child sex abuse material factories. And like there's no upside for us at all here. Like, what? So you can have an AI agent like read your email and then like, I don't know, delete your entire contact registry one day and then apologize to you obsequiously. It's so gross. I doubt they can truly prevent anything. Well, that's kind of the thing, right? Like this technology is not suitable for the general public consumption that AI companies are trying to make it into. You know, it's just not usable this way. Or rather, I guess if it is usable this way, like it's usable for the worst people on the planet, you know? And so, yeah. I I just like it's I'm not diving into the ins and outs of this particular um investigation. You all need to read the full piece. I'm going to link it again as I finish talking about it, but I wanted to quote this part which is from a portion of the article titled "The Road to Rock Bottom." Quote, I started tracking AI generated adult content pages on Instagram not by following the accounts, but by privately saving their notable Instagram reels. Dumbly, I did this on my main professional account where I store a huge library of AI generated videos for reference. At first, the AI personas were mostly traditional appearing AI generated women. But in early December, there was a startling uptick of AI generated fetish content. In a tongue in cheek short video, I analyzed one of these accounts, an AI woman who fetishizes incredibly dark skin. I decided there wasn't a responsible way to cover the woman with two heads on one body or the woman with three breasts in video format. I think AI personas are still pretty detectable for anyone with good media literacy and critical thinking skills, and yet I don't know how many followers of AI influencers, those that advertise astrology apps or sell videos on FanView, are actually aware that these characters are AI. I really hope that anyone following the two-headed woman is fully aware that they aren't real. But what about the impossibly pale AI porn actor? I didn't clock it at the time, but as I tracked these accounts by saving their posts, something bad was happening under the surface. A normal AI adult character may be AI woman on the job. For example, an AI generated policewoman who sells videos on FanView. They may post a video following this format: a clip of them as a kid dressed up as a police officer, cuts to them as a young adult officer in training, cuts to them as an adult police officer wearing an impractically tight uniform. A human creator is trying to make their fake AI persona feel more real. They're showing life from before the imposters started posting. Many of these accounts popped up in late November alongside the release of Google's Nano Banana Pro image generation model. It's crazy how many attractive 20 somethings just happened to discover Instagram at that time. But the growing up format was common for safe for work AI accounts too. It's also popular for real people posting nostalgic videos. More later on why you should really not do this. And I mean, I don't think it takes really that much uh, to understand in the context of this story why you should stop posting like public facing content of like your family, you know? Like you should not be doing that. It's providing content for these um essentially theft engines that trawl the internet, and it can be weaponized against you in horrific ways. Okay? People don't understand. They don't understand yet, but like this is gonna this is gonna get a lot worse. I just... It's so awful. It's just so awful. Of the 144 videos examined, 19 of them were classified by this investigation as egregiously sexual, and they accounted for over 10 million views. And again, the format is you start with an image of a girl who is very clearly underage, and then you get to like people who are saying, "Oh, I'm 17" or younger in the caption, and then you have those that start with underage girls or a girl with an adult man, and it just, you can start seeing quickly how even with a controlled AI output, splicing together these images and videos begins to lead to a completely different context for them, a context that sexualizes children and serves as an engine to radicalize viewers towards consuming actual child sex abuse material. And it is extraordinarily disturbing. So here's the section on rock bottom. When we started this investigation, we hypothesized that there was an abundance of AI-generated accounts using the offending video format. The theory was at some point our feed would become saturated with AI-generated sexualized videos with the likenesses of underage girls. We would then report these videos to Meta, write a story about their reach, and move on to other investigations. We knew this would be unpleasant, but our capture tools and media expertise gives us an edge in finding AI videos. We didn't know rock bottom existed. As I mentioned earlier, we used 3 test accounts for browsing and collecting data. We stopped testing whenever we hit rock bottom with each account. Rock bottom is when the recommendation algorithm reliably and repeatedly suggests posts with real underage girls. Some of these accounts are run by girls themselves, but most are family accounts run by parents. None of their posts are sexual, nor is there evidence that they willingly or knowingly appear in pedophilic algorithms. Once a feed's balance becomes 40 to 50% AI generated sexual content, most of it with underage AI girls, 30 to 40% real sexual content, 10 to 20% real underage girls out of context but surrounded by sexual content, and 5 to 10% random videos, advertisements apparently unrelated to the rest of the content. That is what is called rock bottom here in Instagram's algorithmic feeds. And just a quote here, and that's when we stop the tests. The journey to rock bottom is already horrible. I don't want to spend any time there. Which, fair. Jesus. And most of these accounts are still up, apparently. Meta and Instagram has not responded to them, which, by the way, doesn't surprise me considering I have several accounts on Instagram that are ripping off my image, which I'm like a fucking nobody, but I have several copycat imitation accounts on Instagram that I've reported, and Instagram is totally content to leave those up as well. So, you know, whatever moderation exists over there is practically non-existent. God. I see it as our duty here, and I'm going to link this piece one last time. We need to organize. We need to organize in order to make sure that there are laws and legislation protecting our digital data. It should not be that AI is able to create images that look like actual people that are alive in your life. They shouldn't make it. It shouldn't be able to generate an image that looks like me or you or your family members or your children. It should not be able to do that. And we should be protecting our data. We should also be passing legislation that prevents these algorithms from doing exactly what they're doing right here. And if there are public reports of algorithms doing exactly this, then like those companies should be held financially liable to a tune of an amount of money that would actually bring them to heel. This cannot simply be slap on the wrist. This cannot simply be class action lawsuits. This has to be more than that. It has to be backed by law in every state, on the federal level. And you know what? If AI companies cannot withstand that, then they should not exist. We cannot allow this to become commonplace in our society. Okay? So all I'm going to tell you right now is we need to get organized. This article ends with a whole host of recommendations for what Meta and AI can, like what Meta and Instagram, etc. can do, what these social media companies can do. And as far as what you can do to keep yourself or your kids safe, it's genuinely do not feed the beast. Do not post pictures of real kids or videos of real kids on social media whatsoever. Do not do that. And frankly, like, these companies, if they are going to exist at all, need to exist under extraordinary, unprecedented types of legislation and regulation. And frankly, at this point, I am absolutely not convinced that these companies should exist at all. I have not seen anything that they are doing that is benefiting the general public at all. The only thing I have seen is that it is making a certain segment of the population extraordinarily wealthy off of venture capital funds. And I don't think that that is sufficient to justify all of this. And like, we don't even have basic protections on our data in America at all. Like, at all. The European Union has significantly better protections for their data than the United States has. And like, we got to get those better protections. It cannot be that we are just subject to the whims of these AI megacorps. So folks, you know the drill. You know what I'm going to ask you to do. Go to your local Democratic meeting. Go to your local Working Families meeting. Go to your local DSA meeting. If you need help, join our Discord. Ask Gamergy to help organize your local DSA. Join our Discord and have Dragonfly help you to get involved in your local Democratic groups. We need to start doing this hard work, the grinding task of showing up to these meetings, because if we don't, this AI avalanche is going to kill us all. It's going to abuse us all, turn us into whatever kind of extractive form is most efficient for the venture capitalist class, and consume us all, body, mind, and soul. We cannot allow it to happen. We cannot allow it to happen. So we got to get organized. And I hope you'll be willing to do that with me. So, all that being said, folks, if you got anything out of this, let me know down in the comments. Hit the like button, subscribe, and please do read the full piece. I'm gonna link it one last time. I know I said the last time was the last time, but here you go. And folks, please get organized. Let's keep on going. Genuinely insane bullshit. I kind of get the feeling that the goal with AI is to facilitate feudalism. Well, I mean, kind of, yeah. I mean, that, yes. It is why, Peter Thiel talks about making essentially himself a feudal lord. But it's also why Yanis Varoufakis, the very, very good economist, has talked about the emergence of techno-feudalism. Isn't that what they want with Greenland? It's what they want with all of these proposed network states. Essentially, city-states that operate on the basis of techno-feudalism. AI is turning me into a Luddite? Hey, you know what? Luddites were cool as fuck. They broke the machines that were ruining their working conditions, and in the process demanded better wages. And there are worse things to be than a Luddite. And we could learn a thing or two. We could learn a thing or two from that. All right, now I did say that if you guys managed to survive that, we would take a look at a couple of things that might, at the very least, break the general malaise of having to talk about this would bring. So just want to let you know, one of the best accounts to follow on Blue Sky is the Museum of English Rural Life, because I just think they're nice.
Welcome to the Museum of English Rural Life. If you'd like to come this way, please. It's done quite a bit now. That's it. Keep your head down.
I just think it's neat. What? That's a giant. Cool stuff. Oh yeah, salmon moose. I've seen those stats and they are depressing as hell. Okay, but also I just want to say that was only half of it. What the fuck is that? That's a giant. That's an English giant. It's the Nephilim. Yeah, no, like traditional like folk giant in like folk ceremonies and such. But also, I wanted to share this.
Chat, peep this bussin clay dish from the 16th century, made in the workshop of an Italian Rizzler named Orazio Pompei. Money-maxing Sigmas would pull out Maiolica plates like this at dinner parties just to flex their aura points. Look how Broke laced it. He went goblin mode with all these colors. High-key tough materials to work with. But he ate, and that glow still slaps 500 years later. Chat, would you bring this dish to the function, or is it chopped? Either way, Girly Pop is the moment, and she's living rent-free in our heads and in the National Gallery of Art. Chat.
I love her. I love her a lot. She learned how to speak Gen Z and Gen Alpha slang in order for her to present museum pieces in a way that would attract interest from younger people. And you know what? It's adorable. It's adorable as hell. All right? I think she's great. I think she's just wonderful. God. Here. I think it's this page. Yeah, here's another one. She's apparently worked for the National Institute of Art for like 47 years.
I'm about to bust it down Roman Empire style. Haters will say this urn is mid, but they don't know we've clocked its tea. This goated red-purple stone, called porphyry, was yoinked out of a mountain in ancient Egypt. Then the Romans snatched it, and turned it into a column. And then Renaissance artists leveled up and turned it into an urn. Punk is mewing. He's looking low-key chopped, but the lion does not concern himself with the opinions of sheep. These grotesque faces were meant to make the owners lamau. This type of urn was hard to carve, high-key valuable, and the color of the stone screamed big drip. Between the Renaissance artists, the Romans, and the ancient Egyptians, this piece represents the ultimate collab over thousands of years. Ball facts, no printer. People have been remixing art from day one. And now, creative baddies are bringing that energy to the internet. That's why today, here at the National Gallery of Art, we're announcing an open call to creative Rizzlers all over the country to pick an artwork from our collection. Send us your ideas for how you'd aura farm it. No cap. The 50 Vibius submissions will receive $3,000 each. They'll be featured right here on the Algo and IRL inside our museum. So smash that link in our bio and mug us with your creativity. If you don't, negative 1,000 aura points.
Okay, people are asking, does she have an Instagram? She's literally the person who runs like the social, not the social media, but she's worked at the National Gallery of Art for the last 47 years. So those of you asking where is her social media, it's just the National Gallery of Art social media. It's so good. So good. What's her name? Her name's Allison Lux. Luchs. I want to see the winners of that competition now. Well, it was from 2 weeks ago. I don't know that we're gonna get the results yet. Put people art in the museum, get those 3K. They're not gonna give me $3,000 for that. God. That Allison lady's got me fucking stun locked. I knew you guys would enjoy it. All right, folks, we've been going for about an hour and a half. If you're getting anything out of today's show, hit that follow button, hit that subscribe button, hit that like button. And also, please consider dropping those subs, donos, memberships, super chats, etc. You guys make this show possible. Could not do it without you fine folks. And remember, click the goddamn button. Go, go, go. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. If you're lucky. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click a button. Click a button. Click a button. Click the goddamn button. Click button. Click button. Click button. Click button. All right. And you know what? We got some other short stories to do, but I think I've kept you guys in the lurch long enough. Let's dive into the AOC stuff. Okay? Dive into talking about President AOC. All right? We got any subs? We got any donos before we get started? Let's see. I'm gonna be honest. I had one more thing I needed to pop up here. Uno momento. Do you think the SAVE Act could get passed? Not unless there's serious breaks in the Democratic coalition. So I do not think that the Senate is going to pass the SAVE Act. They need 60 votes. They can't get it with Democrats. Unless Democrats break ranks, in which case but I don't think they will. But y'all, you need to like you need to you need to call your senators. Okay. Or if the Senate blows up the filibuster, I don't think they're willing to blow up the filibuster for the SAVE Act. I gotta be completely honest with you guys. Let's see here. Cool. Got it. All right.
Around the world, we're hearing daily.
Oh no, Sam Cedar.
I'm not built to suck your dick.
I'm not.
Oh no, Sam Cedar. Wow, what a fucking nightmare.
I clicked the wrong button on the soundboard. No. 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 Oh dear. I'm genuinely embarrassed. Oh dear.
I do not fillet Nazis.
There we go. Nailed it. Saved it. Woo! All right. Professional streamer. Here we go. Oh, and okay. Doop. Subs and donos going away. Here we go. So, folks, let's talk about the possibility of President AOC, which is looking a lot more likely now than it did like a week ago. And you know, as I'm recording this, it's February 16th. And over the past weekend, AOC was in Munich doing an uncharacteristic overseas appearance to discuss American foreign policy, as well as to a lesser degree domestic policy, and the ideas around populism. That populism was kind of like the big thing everyone wanted to discuss, and it was interesting to see her as like a sitting member of the House go overseas and talk about America. It's uncharacteristic. It was a strange move for a member of the House. Not unheard of, but like a little strange. A little bit like, oh, what's happening here? And one of the things I wanted to talk about was specifically this article from NBC News, AOC to offer a working class perspective on US foreign policy at Munich summit. Now, this was written 4 days ago. And interestingly, here, you go down, you go down, you go down. Let's see. Oh, where is it? Ah, yes, here we go. A lawmaker said that Ocasio-Cortez's friends, allies, and advisors around her are asking the right questions and pushing her in the right direction where that is a possibility. Specifically, where she runs for president. A New York delegation colleague also said they believe Ocasio-Cortez is leaning towards a presidential bid rather than a run for Senate in 2028. So, I mean, one of the things I've been on the fence about has been whether or not she's going to actually make a stab at the presidency. And my feelings up until now have largely been, well, it's too early. She's going to go and try and unseat Schumer. Clearly, Schumer is deeply unpopular. Now would be the time to do it. But also, one of the interesting things has been a bunch of folks have been crunching the numbers. The New Republic had their own internal polling done in order to essentially figure out where things stand here, and it's pretty interesting. Here we go. What Democrats want, etc., etc. A lot of interesting data in here. But one of the most interesting things about this to me was in this poll of Democrats, the most favorably viewed Democrat that was polled on was AOC. She's more popular and favorably viewed than Kamala Harris, than Gavin Newsom, than Pete Buttigieg, than Joe Biden, than Gretchen Whitmer, than Hakeem Jeffries, than J.B. Pritzker, than basically anybody else in the Democratic Party right now. Okay? And, like, that's pretty interesting, isn't it? That's pretty interesting, and what's also interesting is that when you put this together with NBC's reporting on what her colleagues have said, on what her friends and allies and advisors have been saying, and what some of the scuttlebutt has been internally to the Democratic Party, it seems like maybe she's going to be running in 2028. And what's really interesting is that I think she has a good chance at winning if she does run. And I will also say that even if she does not succeed, running would still be a net positive for her political career. Like, she has been touring the country with Bernie Sanders. She's been, like, helping to turn out these big crowds. She's been effectively co-signed by Bernie Sanders over the last year. And I think that even if she lost in a primary, I think that there's a good chance that would set her up excellently for a run at the presidency in 2032, right? And so there's not really a downside for her to attempt to run other than to plant her flag in what her consistent ideological beliefs have been, which have been unambiguously pro-working class. And I think that is actually a huge win. I think that's actually a huge positive. So there's really no downside for her running. I imagine the downside would be more confined to her relationships with other people in Congress, and people ruffling feathers the wrong way by running up against neolibs like Gavin Newsom or Pete Buttigieg. And so I think that this could be good. And the polling really indicates here that any of the previous ambitions of the neoliberal wing of the party to effectively carve out a conservative wing, relatively, the blue dog Democrats, the Joe Manchins of the party, they're effectively a non-existent force within the Democrats at this point. I mean, the polling here from the New Republic is pretty interesting to say the least. Yeah, We want to understand where you fall on the political spectrum. Which of these best describes your views? 3% said conservative, 12% said moderate, 21% said moderate to liberal, but 31% said liberal and 32% said progressive. So 63% of the Democratic Party identifies as liberal or progressive, which, to be honest with you, there might be some generational divides here because, 20 years ago, 25 years ago, if someone called you a liberal, they were essentially calling you a communist. And so like there might be some nebulousness on how that label is read at this point. But that being said, 63% being aligned in this direction is very good. Effectively, the conservative wing at this point within the Democrats is the moderate to liberal and moderate wing of the party, which are not great, but considering that AOC has an 85% favorability view in the eyes of that mix, she's clearly winning over not just the liberal and progressive wing, she's clearly winning over even many of the moderates as well, which is really, really important when you're talking about a general election. Which, I know we're putting the cart before the horse here, even talking about the general before the primary, but considering that she's much more popular than Gavin Newsom to the Democratic base, that's important information, So, we're gonna have to dive in a little bit more here to
I
these numbers.
appreciate your calm demeanor despite the chaos.
I do my best, no Madden you, and thank you for the $10 super dono. I very much appreciate the support. Folks like you make this show possible. Couldn't do it without you, so thank you. AOC could be the working class hero. Well, yeah, I'm reminded of the fact that Republicans continuously bash AOC for being dumb or being like, oh, she's just a bartender. And like, that's one of her biggest strengths, that she was just a bartender. She's just like any one of you could have been. That's good. Also, the entire framing of her being dumb is largely manufactured. To be completely honest with you guys, it's just, how do I put this? You know how Donald Trump just goes on insane, barely legible rants on social media, or will just have verbal diarrhea nonstop, and then the New York Times will like report on it and be like, ah, yes, this is what he was actually trying to say through his mouth slop. And like, they sane wash him. They sane wash him constantly. They rehabilitate the verbal diarrhea he creates constantly. But when AOC says or like has like a moment where she stumbles in conversation, then suddenly they're like, oh, AOC, barely articulate, stumbles through the conversation. And it's like, no, that was like 1 minute in like a 3-hour long talk. And so it's bizarre to say the least, but I don't think the major attacks against AOC at all stick once she's in front of a crowd, once she's in front of people, once she's actually talking with voters. Like, it is a positive that she is of the working class. And it is a positive that their attempt to smear her as dumb is like just obviously a lie. And so, yeah, it might even be sexist. Interesting idea. Exactly, Ivan Holmes. So I think that there is a lot going on here that indicates that this could genuinely be a great idea. And I wanted to play this for you guys.
Welcome, everybody.
Oh, God. This is her roundtable discussion at the Munich Security Conference. And I wanted to talk a little bit about this because I think in this, she is able to put a flag clearly on where she stands regarding a lot of working folks. And I see her engaging with geopolitics in a way and with a level of consideration that I think indicates where her head is at regarding an attempt at the presidency. I think she might go for it. I spent my day going over her multiple appearances at the Munich conference, and this one where she talks about responding to the rise of populism, I think really rings accurate. And she also did a talk in Berlin at a university, and I think that especially early on in that, we'll probably take a little bit of a look at that as well. She does a really good job articulating exactly what she thinks the guiding principle of a left movement should be, and I think I am cautiously optimistic for this. If it is a choice between a person who is going to fight for the working class and Gavin Newsom, I know where my vote's going to be. But let's take a look.
To this town hall on the rise of populism. We have real star power on this panel, but one thing we don't have is an actual far-right populist. So I thought I'd represent one at the outset. His name is Guido Reil. He's an old contact from the AfD in the northern town of Essen, in the post-industrial part of Western Germany. Guido was a miner, like his father and grandfather before him, until the mine closed a few years ago. He joined the union when he was 18, he joined the Social Democrats when he was 20, but 10 years ago he switched to the AfD. The immediate reason he did was because in 2016, he organized a protest against what he thought were too many refugees being settled in the northern part of Essen, his part of Essen, the poor part of Essen, where he said schools were already struggling, where affordable housing was already scarce, where food banks were already overwhelmed. He said North-Essen couldn't cope. The SPD, the Social Democrats, banned the protest, so he left. The deeper reason he left, he said, was that he felt that the Social Democrats had betrayed its base, working class base, people like him. He didn't feel at home anymore. They had become the elite. And so for him, there is something going on that means that the center-right and the center-left have become practically indistinguishable. The choice is no longer left and right. The choice is kind of between the people and the elite.
And to a degree, I know she's sketching out someone who shifted to pro AfD, but to a degree, what is being articulated here is essentially a simplified version of what has happened. Capitalism is collapsing our political systems into essentially, are you a fascist, or are you fighting against fascism? And obviously there's a lot of disagreement in that regarding like, how are you going to fight it? What is your political ideology as you fight it, etc. But it is genuinely collapsing support into two main sides. And it just so happens that the fascists support big business. They support the oligarchs. They support the elites. And they do it all while pointing fingers at, the root of all your problems are those poor immigrants that moved into your neighborhood. Yeah, it's the poor immigrants. No, it's the trans people. It's the degenerates. It's the Muslims. It's the Jews. And so you get like a bunch of these points, and it is all there to distract from the fascist power grab that serves the oligarchy, that serves the powerful. And on the other hand, you have essentially a bunch of different ideologies being compressed together. You have liberal and socialist and anarcho-communist all being crushed together in the anti-fascist category. And I think that that's kind of where we find ourselves right now, where people are realizing that, like, you can't be a moderate through a time when there are masked gunmen roving our streets and pulling citizen and non-citizen alike into concentration camps. You just cannot you cannot be a moderate in that environment. And, you know, I mean, Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer will definitely try, but it's just not coherent. It's not possible for them to do it. I do wonder why AOC decided to talk with SPD over Die Linke. Well, she talked to both. So that your answer is that she talked to both. We're just looking at this one.
Germany is kind of a special case because the Social Democrats have not just mimicked center-right economic policies, they've actually governed with the center-right many times.
Which is exactly the problem. Neoliberalism was the embracing of conservatism by the liberal wing of not just in the United States, but in many other countries around the world. And this relative harmony has led to a complete abandonment of the working class. And it's what brings us, you know, folks who thought Donald Trump would make their day-to-day lives more financially viable, better, even. And it's why you get people increasingly disillusioned with the Democratic Party. And it's also why you're starting now to see more and more people disillusioned with Donald Trump, because it's becoming grossly apparent that he's not helping working class people at all. And now I would argue that that has been apparent for quite some time, but other people are slower at the uptake. And that's, you know, that just happens sometimes. Many fascists think they're moderate. Many fascists don't know what fascism is. They just kind of go with the flow, and the flow in their spheres of existence just happens to be in the direction of fascism. But yes,
they're in government with them now. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, you are a Democrat. You are a member of the House of Representatives.
I'm sorry, gas is not much cheaper now. I was buying gas last year. I'm buying gas this year. I'm spending approximately the same amount on gas. And I'm sorry, if you think that like Donald Trump's policies that have lost the United States billions of dollars and put a unilateral tax on you to the tune of billions of dollars, that, you know, you saving 10 cents on gas per gallon is going to make up for it. Like, no, it's not. You're a fool, and you've been taken for a ride. He's handing you pennies while taking billions of dollars from the rest of us. Don't be a sucker.
Has the left betrayed the people? Has your party betrayed its base?
Yes, you know, what was the name of the individual from your story?
Guido.
Guido. It's funny that you asked this question because...
Is the mic working?
Is the microphone on? Okay, thank you. Thank you. It's funny that you asked this question about Guido, because in many ways I relate to him. I share many aspects of his story. I was first elected when I was in 2018, and I was a waitress in New York City. I had no health insurance. I could not pay my rent. And I consistently saw a party that championed special interests, the elite, and a Democratic Party that was very much kind of telling working people that everything was fine when it in fact wasn't. And after I was elected, I remember I was crossing this threshold, and there's this closed-door meeting of many high-ranking Democratic Party officials, people that you see in the news and all of that. And they derided behind closed doors at that time, a long time ago. They derided many of the populist demands that I had run my campaign on. And I had defeated a 20-year Democratic incumbent that was part of Democratic Party leadership. And they said $15 minimum wage at that time, way too high, too severe. The idea of tuition-free public colleges and universities, too far. Expanding health insurance and Medicare, too extreme. And these were all the things that I, as a waitress, had campaigned on and had been major pain points in my life. And then they said, we have to listen to working class people more. And I think that...
Yeah. I mean, this is exactly what happened, right? Like, for years, the progressive wing of the Democratic Party has been saying, hey, Medicare for all. Hey, housing first. Hey, what if we just didn't embrace open, savage cruelty to working class people? Hey, what if we didn't just, like, I don't know, throw, unemployed minors into coding classes? What if instead we had actual, jobs programs to bring back rural manufacturing communities back to life? What if we, I don't know, did something like, hey, what about a Green New Deal, like where we would make the United States the new manufacturing hub for the entire planet, for green energy, for solar panels, for wind turbines, etc.? What if we did that in all of these dying rural towns that have had their jobs shipped overseas by greedy capitalists? And instead of doing anything remotely like that, Democrats kowtowed to Republicans, kowtowed to Donald Trump, kowtowed to a lot of these folks championing big oil and natural gas and clean coal, and and coal continues to decline even under Donald Trump, the champion of coal. Even though, like, all of these efforts that Republicans have put forward only serve the wealthiest people on the planet. And it just seems to me that now that the Democratic Party is really on board with, like, well, we need to listen to what working people are into. It's like, where was that when Kamala Harris was running? And she was getting all of her economic notes and policies from a CEO or executive at Uber. Like, where was this? We need to listen to the working class at literally every single moment that it mattered over the last, 10 years. And the reality of it is that Democrats sold out the working class for their richest donors, who are also the rich donors behind the Republican Party in a lot of cases. It is incredible. And, like, I don't know, it is very frustrating. As somebody on the left who watched this all happen, it is incredibly frustrating.
That encapsulates much of the betrayal that the working class in the United States had felt. But we have also come a long way since then, and we have a long way to go. The United States right now is experiencing a political pendulum, and depending, really, the party that is seen most as betraying the working class tends to be the governing party in this moment. Right now, that happens to be the Republican majority. But really, what we are seeing over the last 8 years, I think, has been a growing recognition that of those past errors that go back, that include military interventionism in the Iraq War, that include a recognition of NAFTA as a failed policy for many rural and working class communities. And now I think we are moving in this direction of increased recognition that we have to have a working class centered politics if we are going to succeed, and also if we are going to stave off the scourges of authoritarianism, which also provides political sirens, political siren calls.
Remind me again, who is AOC speaking to here? AOC is at a Munich-based security conference for... so essentially, she's overseas representing the United States in some of these talks, not necessarily representing the United States formally, but it's an uncharacteristic move for her to go overseas and talk to essentially many of the leadership of various European countries and militaries, etc. And so that's pretty important, especially considering she may in fact be prepping for a run for president.
To allure people into finding scapegoats to blame for rising economic inequality, both domestically and globally.
So when you run for president, are you going to impose a wealth tax or a billionaire's tax?
I don't think that I don't think that anyone, and that we don't have to wait for any one president to impose a wealth tax. I think that it needs to be done expeditiously.
Notice that she stumbled a little bit because she clearly wasn't expecting that, and didn't say that she wouldn't be running anytime soon. Didn't indicate anything. It's a very telling kind of non-answer. But it is a non-answer that also makes it very clear we should have a wealth tax now.
Interestingly, when I wrote about wealth tax recently, and of course the big argument against this is always capital flight, the US is actually uniquely placed to do it because you guys tax on the basis of citizenship, so people can't flee, you know? And even if you change your citizenship, there's basically an exit tax because you have to pay a tax on unrealized capital gains. I learned this just recently. Manfred Weber, you are the president of the European People's Party, which is a group of conservative Christian democratic parties in the European Parliament, not far-right parties.
She was a big flop? A big flop in what sense? She's actually coming across as incredibly knowledgeable at this point.
But you have recently been voting occasionally with the far-right parties, breaching the famous firewall. Do you agree with J.D. Vance, who spoke here 1 year ago and told us all that this firewall is undemocratic? And if so, do you think that your party in Germany should actually be in coalition with the AfD instead of the Social Democrats?
Well, having J.D. Vance's speech of last year in mind, I 100% disagree with what he said there. And my party, the European People's Party, is the party of Schuman, of Adenauer, of de Gasperi, of those who founded the European Union. Afterwards, people like Václav Havel, of also Walesa from Poland, you know. So after the reunification, that is in a way the heritage of us as European People's Party. And to mention AfD in Germany, to mention nationalists in other countries, you know, that is totally the opposite what we stand for. My party, my predecessor as EPP party president is Donald Tusk in Poland, you know. He's fighting hard every day against Kaczynski, against Konfederacja, there to keep Poland in Europe and to be part of this European family. So that's our DNA. There's a clear red line. And I personally have defined it. For us, there is no cooperation possible with parties who do not follow the three pros, so pro-Europe, pro-Ukraine, pro-rule of law. Three key basic aspects which defines our DNA as EPP. But let me also be very clear when it is about the fight against populism. You mentioned a voice expressing the disappointment, the frustration, the concerns, the fears of citizens of this European Union. The basic thing is to win against populism is to give proper answer on their concerns and to take it seriously.
To give a little bit of context, this guy basically represents one of the large pro-EU conservative parties. He essentially is if the United States still had like an actual like conservative but still believes in liberal democracy type of party, that would be his political alliance.
And this week in the European Parliament, we voted on a safe third country concept. So to make our external borders against illegal migration, against the fight against the mafia there in the Mediterranean Sea, to make our borders, to protect them. And the socialists...
Yeah, the 80s Republican of Europe. Yeah, that an excellent way of putting it, Uncle Simric.
Remember everyone, populism isn't an ideology, it's a rhetorical style. It pits the elites versus the common folk. The key difference between left and right is who the elites are and how we fight.
True, Pluvius, and thank you for the $5 dono. Very much appreciated.
Not capable. So center left in Europe were not supporting this strict implementation of rules agreed by the overwhelming number of member states in the European Union, proposed by the Commission. So I don't speak about radical right extreme positions. I speak about the proposals from the European Commission, and their socialists were not ready to support this. So what can I say? I cannot continue to follow a quiet.
I don't know how any leftist can get elected without some internal shit-talking of turncoats like Fetterman, Schumer, and Jeffries.
I mean, I agree. And Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. I think that there is a healthy degree of internalized shit-talking that we all need to be comfortable with, you know? Like, liberals are going to shit-talk any kind of left-wing candidate, and us on the left, we're going to shit-talk Chuck Schumer until he resigns. You know, like, that's just kind of how it be. But what is important to understand about this guy is that he's essentially trying to draw a line. That red line he's talking about, he's trying to say, we're not like those explicitly fascist guys over there. We just believe in corporate profits. And like, that's essentially his role here is to be like, we're not like those fascists. We believe in serving corporations ethically and, you know, not too much. Like, that's essentially his whole deal.
Left-leaning political approach on migration, which is obviously European-wide, feeding extremism.
What is the difference between liberals and leftists? I would say that the big difference is liberals believe in capitalism. Leftists, by and large, recognize that the failures of capitalism are, at the very least, severe at the current point in time, and we need to have significant change. I would say that, you know, in my mind, a leftist would be someone who rejects capitalism as like an organizing principle of an economy. But I recognize that other people might have a larger definition. And not a troll question at all. Genuinely great question. I also think that there is a tendency to use the left as like a catch-all for like liberal and anything else to the left of that. To essentially talk about how talk about getting involved in elections, etc. So hopefully that helps to clarify.
Populism. That's why the basic thing is to answer the concerns and to give.
Yeah, like some leftists want capitalism with regulation, oversight, good safety net, etc. Kind of like a New Deal 2 type situation, or like a Nordic capitalism type situation, but increasingly folks are wanting a little bit more pro-worker than they are pro-capital.
Proper, serious, center-based answers.
What would you say to Guido when he says, look, the AfD is now the second largest party in Germany. In some ways, it's more aligned in some of its policies, particularly on immigration, which is why your bloc has voted with them on occasion, than the SPD, which is only on 16%. When he says you are ostracizing a significant part of the electorate by basically ruling out a coalition government with them, do you stick by that firewall, or do you think that actually in the foreseeable future, where the AfD is now, it will enter government sooner or later?
Again, firewall is there and exists. I personally,
the firewall that he's is describing, I want to really, if you believe you can maintain an ideological divide between a center conservative party and a fascist party that is on the rise, understand that you are woefully unequipped for the moment. Largely because if you believe that there is an ideological line that keeps you safe, that ideological line can be penetrated by money, by capital, by the very people who fuel the rise of these deeply far-right movements like AfD. Right? Like, that's actually a huge problem, and the central problem for why I tend to believe that, like, regulations on capital are ultimately defeatable by capital. capital just breaks the law and consequences be damned. They just become another cost of doing business. Oh, you broke the law and you have to pay a fine? Well, that it's totally fine to pay that fine because you made, had $2 billion in profit. Sure, you'll pay $100 million as a settlement, but you made $2 billion, so it's a drop in the bucket. And then you just keep buying those political favors. Become too big to fail. The government will even bail you out.
As EVP group leader expelled, kicked out Viktor Orban of my party because enough was enough. And today Viktor Orban is far away from any kind of common sense on this. He's campaigning against the support for Ukraine, so he's far away from this. That's why our firewall is clear. We don't need any feedback on this. The key aspect is that we have to solve problems. Otherwise, the next European elections in 29 will be a big festival for the right extreme, and that is to be avoided. So economic strength, lowering a bureaucratic burden, creating single markets, trade.
Time for another reminder that the biggest tool in our arsenal is the primary right now. Also, the fascists are deleting people from voter rolls for hating ICE. Make sure you're still registered.
Excellent advice, Red Rudy. Do make sure you are still registered to vote. We're going to be talking about, either today or tomorrow, we're talking about Donald Trump trying to make it harder to register to vote and some of the ways that they're trying to make it harder to vote. But yes, do check and make sure you are registered, and make sure you check, especially again, when you're like a week out from voting, just to make sure you're all set to go. And hey, get registered to vote in the primaries. Absolutely.
Mercosur. These are the aspects to have economic growth. And my main question to Guido would be, do you really believe this bullshit the AfD is telling you? Do you really believe this? That without Mercosur we should have in Germany, with your working place as an industrial country who is benefiting much from export.
But the issue is, people who support the AfD, they don't watch this, man. They aren't watching you using swear words at the Munich conference. They don't give a shit. It's all vibes. To fascists, everything is vibes. It doesn't matter if the economy is better or worse. If the vibes are good in their little fascist bubble, they will say the prices are down even if the prices are up. We got plenty of conservatives popping into chat making that exact claim right now of like, well, I'm saving money on gas. Even if that's true, are you saving money overall? Because you're losing money on groceries. Like, goddamn. You think, you think that 10 cents of gas at the pump per gallon is going to outweigh the tariff cost? That is a unilateral tax on the entirety of the American people? Like, get your head out of your ass. But it's all vibes to them. It doesn't matter what the truth is.
If the AfD becomes the largest party, are they still the Alternative for Deutschland? Or are they the norm at that point? THONKERS.
Indeed, Sake Tanuki. Do they just become, I don't know, a something else? Do they have to rename themselves? Like I don't know. I'm struggling to come up with other names for an ascendant fascist party in Germany. Who can say what it might be? Nazi 2. Like, what do you go at that point? God.
Do you really believe that without Mercosur we have better economic situation for you personally, or on migration?
Well, and Lady Ringcloud, I do think sometimes debate against fascists can be worthwhile if you clown on their vibes. If you clown on their vibes and ruin the vibes for their fascist audience, that I think can be effective. It's just a very different type of confrontation. It's not based on facts whatsoever. You know?
Nazi 2. Electric Boogaloo.
Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. I appreciate it. And I appreciate the booger in there. That really made me happy.
Have a look. We reduced now the number of illegal migrations by 80% together with Giorgia Meloni in the Mediterranean. I was also in contact with her and we delivered on this. So please see, if you vote for the right center-right people, we solve your problems. That would be my message to Guido.
Mercosur is a good segue to Latin America.
Yeah, like if Nick Fuentes, exactly, just to be here, if Nick Fuentes was watching this, he'd be like, lame, boring. Let's get some more Catboys on here instead. I want to go on more dates. Girls are gay. Like, and then a bunch of slurs.
Diana Fernandez Molero, you are not a member of Javier Milei's party, but your party supports him, you support him. I always found it quite confusing that, you know, the sort of, there's a groundswell of anti-elitist voters who vote.
God, I forgot.
You're right. I'm saving tons of money on gas, but that's not because the price is down. It's because everything is so expensive that I can't go anywhere or do anything.
True. I've been cooped up here in Minneapolis because it's not safe to go anywhere with ice. Unfortunately. Pluvius, thank you for the $5 dono. It's unfortunately well observed. I forgot that this panel has a lady who is in favor of sane washing Javier Milei, which is wild as hell. It's wild to see someone trying to do that on an international stage, but it is funny.
Into power people who then end up being very rich and mingle with the elites, like, you know, Trump and the sort of tech oligarchy is a good example. It's confusing in a way. Milei has a slightly different approach, and I would love to hear from you what anarcho-capitalism, which is sort of his slogan, what that stands for, the kind of capitalism he's going for. Because on the face of it, superficially, it's a little bit reminiscent of Musk and Doge, you know, the chainsaw. So what does it mean? And how do you how do you serve the people with the market?
Well, it's an interesting question what you made, because that's exactly many times Milei got confused, no? Because anarcho-capitalism has nothing to do with what is going on in Argentina.
Oh yeah. Our president is just really confused. Is that what you call someone who's doing like daily dog ghost seances? Is that he's just confused? Is that what you call someone who thinks he and his cloned dog are reincarnated spirits from the Roman Colosseum? Daily what? Yeah, no, I've talked about this before. Javier Milei is just fucking cracked, man. His brain is just gone. He literally consults his dogs like every day and has like a spiritual medium do a seance to connect him with the spirit of his dead dog that he believes lives on in the form of his of its offspring. And he had his dog cloned as well. Who? Javier Milei. He does also treat his sister as the first lady of Argentina.
We are having a capitalism of rules, because what we had before wasn't capitalism.
He was just confused. Just 1 second. Just 1 second. He was just confused. Just confused. One thing. I need to find it. I have to. No, where is it? I will not be satisfied.
You need a special kind of brain damage to believe in anarcho-capitalism.
It's true, Sake. I've literally debated anarcho-capitalists on the show back in the before times when I still did that. And their ideology falls apart pretty quickly. Let's see here. Is this it? No. Okay. This'll work. I'm looking though for very specifically his ad. Javier Milei had a campaign ad where he dressed up as an anarcho-capitalist superhero. And I need to find it. Oh, God. Also, it's worth noting that he didn't just dress up as a superhero for that ad.
Hola, soy el general.
He was literally known
de Liberland, una tierra creada por el principio de apropiación originaria del hombre. Una tierra de 7 kilómetros cuadrados entre Croacia y Serbia. Un país donde no se pagan impuestos. Un país donde se defienden las libertades individuales. Donde se cree en el individuo, ¿sí? Y no hay lugar para colectivistas hijos de puta que no quieren cagar la vida. Así que mi misión es cagar a patadas en el culo a keynesianos y colectivistas hijos de puta que no quieren cagar la vida. Vamos por una sociedad libre, vamos por el orden espontáneo, vamos por los valores de la libertad. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Viva la libertad!
Like, he's not confused. Like, he knows exactly what he's doing. Like, this is an official Twitter account from him, right? This is the pinned post on his Twitter account from just last month.
Hello, freedom fighters of the world. I'm General ANCAP.
God, I hate it.
Definitely not Milei. I'm here to guide you in the official English account of our real-life hero, Javier Milei.
Ministerio de las Mujeres, Género y Diversidad, afuera. Ministerio de Obras Públicas, afuera. Ministerio de Educación, adoctrinamiento, afuera.
The past year was big for Milei, who's becoming a heavyweight as a world influencer.
Make Argentina great again. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo!
With his unique brand of epic, rockstar, aggressive libertarianism. Here you will find everything about him. His story, his ideas, and his latest news. I leave you now with Javier Milei.
No tengan miedo. Vayan y den la batalla contra el zurderío, que se la vamos a ganar. Zurdos, hijos de puta, tiemblen. La libertad avanza. ¡Viva la libertad, carajo! ¡Vamos!
Viva la libertad, carajo.
Yeah, I found it, by the way. I found the actual ad that I was looking for. So, get ready for this. You are not prepared.
El Banco Central está haciendo de las suyas de nuevo. Creo que es hora de cerrarlo. De una buena vez.
He's just confused, guys.
¡Destrucción! 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 ¡Basta inflación!
Like, I don't know. He's just confused though. Just a silly little Billy, I guess.
Was crony capitalism, and that's a very, very important.
Oh, the problem is crony capitalism.
The three biggest flaws of ANCAP are that the market doesn't have infinite choices for the consumers don't have all info to make informed choices, and it assumes humans are all rational actors.
I mean, true. And also, it assumes that the market would want to provide for everyone equally, which is not how markets work. You know, like, if you're in the housing biz, you're not necessarily in the business of housing everybody. You're in the business of housing people who can make you a profit. You know? But thank you for the $20 super chat, Red Rudy. I very much appreciate it. Thank you so goddamn much for supporting the show. Sake Tanuki.
Melee is what happens when
subs.
Gollum and Sam don't assist Frodo with getting the ring into Mount Doom.
His little gleeful smile when he looks up after opening the fucking case with the hammer gets me every time. But guys, it's crony capitalism that's the problem. It's crony capitalism. And surely Javier Milei would not engage in any kind of crony capitalist endeavors. Surely not.
Thing. So what we are trying to do, the government and the ones that support these reforms, are creating a capitalism for the people. And that's the opposite of anarchy. It's capitalism of rules, but rules that benefit the people. And let me be precise about
it. Anarchy is not when no rules. Just as an FYI, that's not what anarchy means.
You have like populism that can be economic populism or political populism, Dornbusch or Mueller, basically. So if you go to economic populism, you have the recipe that many Latin American countries applied many times. That is, short-term things that gives some relief in the short term.
Also, just as an FYI, El Ciudadano reports that in 2025, Milei's economic moves lost over 290,000 jobs from Argentina's job market.
But end up being...
Oh, and 22,000 employers, if you only care about employers, I guess.
A tragedy for the future. It's like public expenditure, huge public expenditure, price control, sometimes wealth tax, and you end up the wealth goes away and you have just the tax and you
yeah man, because like that's countries will just tax someone and then have no way of making sure that they pay their taxes. You're so if somebody owes taxes, they'll just leave the country, which is why so many billionaires left New York after Mamdani won. Oh wait, no, none of them left? Oh, that's crazy. You mean it was all bullshit? That all of this, they'll run away? It was all bullshit the entire time? What's that? We've had studies showing it was bullshit the entire time? Going back like 40 years? Oh, that's wild. That's crazy. Is this a socialist channel? Yes, it is.
And you don't have wealth anymore. That was something that Peronism did many times. So all these recipes then creates a cycle, no? Then you have this short-term relief, but then goes with inflation, shortage, then you have more poverty, and this and the cycle goes and goes. Then you have political populism, and that's different. That's a threat to democracy many times, because it's when you deny pluralism, when you say, okay, the popolo, del pueblo, the people against the others, the enemies of the people, and you also erode key...
I mean, capitalism inherently creates that relationship by viewing the people as essentially cogs in your corporate machine, right? Like, capitalism breaks society down into forcing the perspective of people as either labor or consumer, and nothing else. It is purely a form of wealth extraction either way, right? Like, in that framework, if you are either a consumer or merely labor, in both cases you're being taken advantage of in some way, and that inherently builds up a us versus them mentality. My argument anyway.
Institutions for democracy, free press, freedom of speech, court, judicial system, etc. But I think that Milei is none of them. Maybe you cannot like his forms, his style, but it's very important when we discuss populism to distinguish in between style and substance. And I think that maybe the style, it's uncomfortable, but it doesn't make you a populist.
So when you say rules-based capitalism, I actually studied
Livius, thank you for being a member.
Economics a long time ago. The perfect market doesn't exist, of course, but the idea is that you create a competitive environment. You do not allow for the concentration of wealth, which means antitrust and things like that. Regulation is very important. Is that something that your government stands for?
That's exactly the reforms that the government is doing is exactly that. The free trade agreements, more competition. Argentina is one of the closest economies in the world. We need more competition. So I insist, capitalism is a bad word in Argentina, but what we had wasn't capitalism. It was capitalism for a few, for many that cannot compete with abroad, and so you can charge people extraordinary prices. A cell phone in Argentina was unaffordable. You have to go to the US to buy them. That's unfair for the people, and now people is seeing that it's working, because that's also interesting. That's why he got too much support from the people in the midterm election as well. After doing things that traditionally were not very popular, any political advisor would have told you, said that you're going to reduce the budget and that you're going to cut a lot of things. But this end up working for the people. So that's interesting. Free trade agreements, more competition, antitrust, all these kind of things.
So maybe you should give some advice to the US becoming a more competitive economy.
We are signing a free trade agreement with them as well. So
that's true. Peter Pavel, you are the Czech president, but you also were a very senior NATO general, the most senior one that the Czech Republic ever had. I want to start by asking you about your part of Europe, the sort of former communist part of Europe, and it's notable that a lot of the populist parties have done quite well. That there seems to be a sort of groundswell of support in that part of Europe. Certainly in Germany, the east of Germany, the former communist east, is the kind of heartland of the AfD. Why is that? And do you think, as somebody who has actually experienced a change in system in 1989, do you think that maybe capitalism was nicer, kinder, when it was still competing with communism?
I'm afraid I will not offer you a thorough analysis, just my perception. But I believe that a number of people in former communist countries believed that with the change of the system, they will achieve all the benefits of capitalism while keeping all the benefits of socialism. That means getting richer, having access to travel, study, work abroad, having nice cars, plenty of goods in the shops, but no responsibility. And that created a lot of frustration, because when people realize that not everyone will get rich, and there will always be people who will be better off, and those who will not necessarily suffer, but will have living conditions more difficult than the others, then that frustration, if it is not properly addressed, it creates a lot of tension and frustration. And that was easily taken forward by those who believed that feeding on frustration of people, offering them short and nice solutions that they could never deliver because they were not in power. They usually were in opposition, and they were only feeding on these insecurities, pointing to those who allegedly were behind these problems. They mostly refer to the government, to institutions like courts, to media. And of course, a number of people were prone to believe that their misery is because of lack of support and attention of the elites. I think it's very simple.
It's weird how crony capitalism issue keeps cropping up.
Yeah, and I mean, my argument is that it's going to continue to keep popping up, right? Like, my argument is that capitalism inherently leans towards this as an inevitable outcome of its very own system. And, like, ultimately, it doesn't need to be even like a nefarious, like, group of people. It's that rich people all tend to hang out with each other. Rich people all tend to, by virtue of hanging out with each other, do business with the people that they hang out with in their own social economic class. And then ultimately, like, they all know each other, and the system is designed to maximize extracted profit. And so over time,
Capitalism.
Capitalism. Exactly. Like, you got, like, the frat, like, the entire reason guys join frats in elite schools is so that they have a ready social network they can call on in order to do business deals, in order to gain new executives for their company, in order to find venture capital, etc., etc., etc. And, like, if you're not in that club, you're never going to get that call, right? And so it's that old George Carlin clip you're talking about. I'm not even talking about a George Carlin clip. I'm just explaining the system. I know which clip you're talking about. I was not referencing it. I was just trying to explain it. It's just that Carlin did a really good job explaining the system, right? And so my argument is that even if we got a New Deal 2, we would be in this exact same situation, 60 years from now. If we got a New Deal 2 tomorrow, 60 years from now, we'd be in the same spot, or our kids would be in the same spot. And it's deeply, deeply unfortunate. It's a big club and you ain't in it, yeah. You bring it up, yeah, exactly.
Similar to any other country where the populism is a problem. But in general, I don't think that we should give a populism a label of something bad, because it depends how we define populism. I know a number of politicians who are proud of being called populists, because they believe that listening to frustration and problems of the people, transferring them into policies is actually the very sense of and the meaning of politics. But the problem starts.
Jack, were you talking about Brett Kavanaugh? No, I'm talking about literally every rich asshole you know. Every rich asshole you are aware of. I'm describing 95% of them. Exiliax, thank you very much for subscribing over on Twitch. Appreciate you.
When this populism is turned against the institutions that are there to protect democracy.
I want to sort of do one more quick round of questions about what this means for foreign and security policy, since we are at the Munich Security Conference, but then I will throw it open to questions, so get your questions ready. And maybe I'll actually stay with you for a second. With your head of former president of the military committee at NATO, very senior job, I wonder, are you worried about the fact that next year Bardella might be the president of France, maybe in 2029 Farage is the prime minister of the UK, and then the two nuclear powers in Europe are run by far-right nationalist populists, whatever you want to call them?
Well,
how is his head so square? I mean, his hair's doing a lot of work, but also, I think there might just be something about being in the military that makes your head square. I can't explain it. I don't know why. I don't know the science, but maybe that has something to do with it.
First, I think we have to respect the will of people. if we live in democracies, we have to understand that not always there will be parties that we
yes,
like.
A blockhead, if you will.
But at the same time, the experience is that when these people who used to be for a long time in a position on the critical side, once they are put in a position where they have the responsibility to deliver, then they suddenly understand the complexity of a situation, and they change a lot of their, let's say, extreme positions that they held before. I believe that the best protection is to have a good set of checks and balances, to have some counterweight against potential extreme moves. Another layer of protection could be vibrant civil society that can also do an excellent job because most of those populist politicians are very sensitive to.
Oh, Polar, that was good. The Eastern blockheads, indeed.
Public opinion.
It's an interesting point that you raised there, because it's sort of this idea of democratic resilience in a way, which in a way, if we think holistically about security, it's not just defense budgets, right? It's about people voting and people feeling safe, people feeling secure and happy and represented by their governments. And I wonder, to the extent that, maybe this is something I can throw to you, Alexandria. Defense budgets have been rising everywhere. You guys have been spending a lot on defense for a long time, but a lot of governments now have very serious debt problems. And so there's a trade-off, right? I mean, if you spend more on defense, you spend less on other things. In France, for example, I was shocked to find out recently that the interest payment on debt annually is now bigger than the entire education sector. So
My brother was in the military, and I can confirm he is square forming. Skull emoji.
Oh no. The square maxers. We don't talk about square maxing. Thank you for the $5 super chat, AC Gods.
You have a situation where all budgets are going down, only defense is going up. And it does raise the question, should we not invest in democratic resilience by providing good public services and spending money on that in order to actually protect our democracies internally as well as externally?
Yes. Yes.
Yes, that is correct. 1000%. Yes. Like, the big threat that is posed right now by fascism is born exactly out of the deprivation and the choice made every single time the budget is up for consideration. This is why it always pissed me off when people were like, well, I'm socially liberal but fiscally conservative, because you cannot separate these two things. You cannot separate like slashing funding out of like normal politics. Like you cannot do it. And this idea that you want lower taxes and that it has no other costs to it is just, it's just baloney. It's just absolutely malarkey. And the idea here is that like, well, we what? We cut all of our social programs to spend massively on our military. Well, I don't think that's quite the correct formulation, right? Because it's not necessarily we cut all of our social programs to fund our military, though that does happen to some extent. What it tends to be is we're going to cut all of our social programs and then give you tax breaks, give you, and by you I mean the richest people on the planet, massive tax breaks. Essentially, shifting the tax burden from the wealthiest people in society to the poorest or to the weakest people in society, the people who are more subject to that exploitation. And so I disagree with the framing of the question a little bit here, but also by transferring funding from social safety nets, for example, to the military, you're essentially giving a massive handout to military contractors and the private corporations that are downstream of the military, which is another handout to corporations, which I shouldn't have to point that out, but I guess I do. So a lot of this just keeps coming down to shifting money out of programs that help working class people and into programs that help the wealthiest people on the planet. And the priority, the question that is posed to us every single time there is an election, every single time there is a budget up for a vote, is which do you want to prioritize? Do you want to prioritize the wealth of the wealthiest people to ever exist? Or do you want to prioritize your child being able to learn how to read? Do you want to prioritize your ability to be able to put food in your belly and have a roof over your head? And yeah, I think that most people, when it is put in stark and simple and easily explicable terms, understand which choice they would make, and understand that if this is the choice being posed to us, who has a vested interest in making sure the money goes to the wealthiest people to ever exist? It's pretty easy to tell who's screwing us over. Where's all the money going? I don't know. Look at who has the most money. It's pretty... We don't have to look at who's doing it here. It's the guy in the hot dog costume.
That's absolutely right. You know, I think one of the connections and relationships that is under discussed, particularly in the security space, is the fact that I believe we're seeing an economy around the world, including the United States, that extreme levels of income inequality lead to social instability and drives, in a sense, in authoritarianism, right-wing populism, and
Yeah, exactly. The failures of neoliberalism lay the seeds and the groundwork for fascism, for this right-wing populism.
Very dangerous domestic internal politics. And that is a direct outcome of not just income inequality, but the failure of democracies over decades to deliver. The failure to deliver higher wages, the failure to rein in corporations. You know, the point was just made about antitrust. In the United States, antitrust is such a foundational bedrock value, not just because the ascent of monopolies create the abuse of power in corporations and market power, but there is a level of market concentration and corporate consolidation where a massive company can get so big that its consolidated power can rival that of nation states. In democracies, we have elected leaders. And in massive corporations that then begin to consume the public sector, gobble up these spending, they start to call the shots. And we're starting to see this with some of the billionaire class throwing their weight around in domestic politics and in global politics as well. So it is of utmost urgent priority that we get our economic houses in order and deliver material gains for the working class, or else we will fall to a more isolated world governed by authoritarians that also do not deliver to working people.
And, you know, it's interesting. So this idea of, you know, in Europe, we are now spending...
I mean, like, she's correct. And the thing about her entire appearance on this international stage, and it's through all of her appearances. I watched all of them today. And after we finish this, we'll have a little bit more. The reason I show all of this particular talk, or wanted to go through all of this, is because I think it's particularly of the moment, as it were. But what I'm really interested in here is AOC's responses, because she's very clearly staking out a left-wing position that is extremely far left compared to where most mainstream Democrats are here in America. And like, I'm not here to say like AOC is, you know, is gonna be claiming the label of a communist anytime soon. But I do think that she's a significant step in a leftward direction, and her firming up these stances right now in the lead up to 2026 combined with her touring the country with Bernie, I think that this is laying the groundwork for a potential 2028 run. I think that this is her essentially dipping her toes into communicating internationally, in a way that people are actually going to take note of, right? And so I think that she is being exceptionally diplomatic in her responses here while still maintaining, pro working class positions, which is very important. Very, very important.
More in defense budgets, but like I said,
because if the question is, hey, who do you want to run in 2028? Right now, the list of candidates is exceptionally terrible. Like, you've got who Kamala Harris again, Gavin Newsom, Pete Buttigieg again, like maybe JB Pritzker, but like I don't see him really setting himself up for a run, and maybe he will. Like Josh Shapiro, like people don't like Josh. Andy Bashir, eh. Gretchen Whitmer, no. Like the only candidate that actually makes me feel like change in a positive direction would be possible is Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, and she happens to be the most favorable person currently rumored to be in the process of getting her shit together to run. So like I'm kind of here like this might be our best and only option in a crowded primary year. And that it matters. It matters as we look ahead. But again, we are putting the cart before the horse, even talking about her running. Right now, it's fueled on a lot of speculation and her appearance and performance during this series of events.
There are these trade-offs. I mean, we are in a situation where the group of pro-Russian countries within the EU is actually, it's still very small, but it's potentially growing. I don't know, I'd be curious to know whether the Czech Republic is halfway there. Certainly Viktor Orban and Robert Fico. Is the EU, in that sense, in terms of its foreign and security policy, still an entity that we can even think about, Manfred? Like, what is the EU? And if Bardella and Farage, well, Farage is not inside the EU, but linked to it now in defense terms, possibly one day, a junior coalition party that is the AFD, what is that EU in terms of foreign and security policy? Does NATO still have a place in that case?
Well, first of all, about the role of the European Union. This week in Strasbourg in the European Parliament, we voted for the 90 billion euros for Ukraine. A clear message of full solidarity with the Ukrainian people. We stand on their side. We finance the pensions, we finance now the teachers, we finance the healthcare people. So that is what we are doing there. And I think that people know it. So that's what European Union together is doing. I would be happy if we would have had used the frozen assets from the Russians to pay for this, but okay, now we are on a way at least to have the money provided. So clear message. But when we speak about populism in regard to the defense and security dimension, I think first step is to deliver on the main concern about just society, about economic growth, about migration, to have control about this. But the second thing of answering populism is to show brave leadership and not following always public opinion. When the German Chancellor Kohl invented the euro to make Europe strong economically, one bloc, which is now the second biggest currency in global level with the euro, it was not popular at all to give up on the German D-mark in Germany. Not at all. But he did it. He stood in front of people. And that were great times for my party, for CDU-CSU. Because people saw leaders who were convinced about an idea and fought for it and didn't give up the public discourse space.
Also, I want to point out how absurd it is that the German moderate conservative party can have a representative here who's basically like, yeah, politicians need to fight for their ideas. They need to go out and convince people why their ideas are good and should be enacted. Yeah. Meanwhile, you've got Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer over here being like, well, it's not our job to make things popular. It's the activists' job. You've got Matthew Iglesias posting on social media about how like, oh, well, it's, you know, it's not the politician's job to lead. They're supposed to just respond to how things are. It's terminally brain rotted. Just like absolutely devoid of any actual ideological spine.
For the populism. They dominated the discourse with their ideas for the future. And that is what we are probably lacking today. That's why I'm so ambitious to say I would love to have one president of the European Union, probably directly elected by the people of Europe on the long run. Why not? To have one person capable to be on the same level as Trump and Xi and...
Opinions on Pritzker? Pritzker seems fine. Like, I wouldn't be incensed by the election of JB Pritzker like I would with the election of basically any of the other candidates that I listed outside of AOC. But, like, Pritzker's like a distant second.
And Putin. And the second idea, I am in favor of really unifying our defense pillars in the European Union. On the long run, also a European army, where I would say we are spending so much money now, 6.5 trillion euros.
Who's the blonde woman in white? She's there to represent Javier Milei in Argentina, the ANCAP dipshit.
In the next 10 years for defense, but we have not the same capabilities than the Americans have. And that's why I know it's a long project, but again, Euro, or 7 years after the Second World War, when Adenauer said we have to make peace with France, it was also mission impossible 7 years after the horrible war of the Second World War. So we have to be ambitious again. And that are the two pillars of fight against populism, delivering on content about the concerns, but also showing brave leadership in historic moments.
I hope we can go deeper in that actually in the Q&A. I'm going to ask one final question, Diana, and then throw it open to you guys. Because I'm curious, I mean, we're talking about foreign policy here, and foreign policy off populist presidents, for example. I mean, looking at the pivot of President Trump to the Western Hemisphere, which has been very aggressive to say the least. Argentina has been a beneficiary, of course.
Okay, I am going to, in the interest of time, jump forward here. Okay.
Answers. I'm Ava Federley from New York City, Straight Arrow News. Congresswoman, they're saying that there's more American delegates here than there have ever been at the Munich Security Conference. Why do you think it's important that you're here, you know, against the wrecking ball politics of Trump? But, you know, why is it important that you're here representing the U.S.?
Also, I'm so glad you made it. Who paid for your flight?
We did. Should we just take, you start, and then we just take a quick fire round of answers?
Sure. I'll start last to first. You know, I think this is a moment where we are seeing our presidential administration tear apart the transatlantic partnership, rip up every democratic norm, and you know, really calling into question, as was mentioned by David Carney at the World Economic Forum, the rules-based order that we have, or question mark, do we have? And so I think one of the reasons why, not just myself, but many of our colleagues here, in fact, Democrats, many Democrats that are here as well, is because we want to tell a larger story. That what is happening is indeed very grave. And we are in a new era, domestically and globally. There have been many leaders who've said we will go back. And I think we have to recognize that we are in a new day and in a new time. But that does not mean that the majority of Americans are ready to walk away from a rules-based order, and that we're ready to walk away from our commitment to democracy. I think what we identify is that in a rules-based order, hypocrisy is vulnerability. And so I think what we are seeking is a return to a rules-based order that eliminates the hypocrisies around when too often in the West we look the other way for inconvenient populations to act out these paradoxes.
I will say that in any effort to return to any kind of rules-based international order where hypocrisy is actually a check, is necessarily contingent on reining in AI, on putting a stop to the corruption of our information ecosystem that is being perpetrated on a mass and unprecedented scale by AI chatbots and AI agents. It is not possible for us to restore that previous system where hypocrisy actually mattered and could get people like out of politics completely, unless we also rein in AI and its abuses. Frankly, like we gotta do that as any part of any larger scale attempt to reform our system. Welcome, Raiders.
Whether it is, kidnapping a foreign head of state, whether it is threatening our allies to colonize Greenland, whether it is looking the other way in a genocide. Hypocrisies are vulnerabilities, and they threaten democracies globally. And
I do think that her saying stuff like this matters, in part because she is, albeit indirectly, calling out the Democratic Party, calling out the powers that be in the Democratic Party, calling out the Chuck Schumers, the Hakeem Jeffries, etc. Granted, she's not taking full aim at them yet, but this is definitely a shot across the bow. I would characterize that as a shot across the bow.
I think many of us are here to say we are here and we are ready for the next chapter, not to have the world turn to isolation, but to deepen our partnership on greater and increased commitment to integrity to our values.
Just a 20-second follow-up, really, just quick. Are there any particular institutions that a Democratic administration would want to save? Like your voters?
She's also calling out the support of Israel and its genocide. Yes, that's why she said that specifically to call out the Democratic Party's complicity with the genocide in Gaza.
NATO, is it the climate accord? Is it the Iran nuclear? Are there some things where, just give me a lily pad?
Well, first and foremost, I think we need to revisit our commitments to international aid. Not just USAID, but the dozens of global compacts that this current Secretary of State...
You are saying the opposite of what I read of this. I heard it was a joke.
Yeah, and chicken on biscuits, like, the reporting on this has been terrible. Like, I want to give an example of just what I saw that was, like, just almost... just absolutely incredible, right? So we've watched this. Let's take a look here. What's the name of this article? New York Times. Let's see here. So this is from 16 hours ago at the New York Times. Let's see if they kept it in. Yeah, this quote. I think that this is such a I think that this is of course a very long-standing policy of the United States, Ms. Ocasio-Cortez said before saying that the country should try to avoid reaching that point with China in the first place. And like, yeah, if you quote her as saying that, which is I think, a very unfair characterization of her general speech throughout several hours of media appearances. And then you compare how the New York Times reports on how Donald Trump speaks in public. I don't know. I think there might be a bit of a double standard going on here. The New York Times reveals its biases in its method of quotation. You know? Yeah, did they quote Biden like that? Did they quote Trump like that at any point? Like, I mean, God, I have prepped here a segment on Donald Trump, and I just want to read one of his tweets to you. This is not even like a quote from Donald Trump speaking. This is just a quote from his social media page. The Democrats refuse to vote for voter ID or citizenship. The reason is very simple. They want to continue to cheat in elections. This was not what our founders desired. I have searched the depths of legal arguments not yet articulated or vetted on this subject, and will be presenting an irrefutable one in the very near future. There will be voter ID for the midterm elections, whether approved by Congress or not. Also, the people of our country are insisting on citizenship with no mail-in ballots, and with exception for military, disability, illness, or travel. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. And, like, I'm sorry, if you actually quote that entire post, it looks like it was written by a goddamn lunatic. Okay? Like, just absolutely insane. Here's just another, just like, here's 30 seconds of him talking.
Then you have confirmation U.S. citizenship. That's about a 99% one with Republicans, about 86% with Democrats, except Democrat politicians because they cheat on elections. And then you have no mail-in ballots. And it would be no mail-in ballots, very important. You know, we're the only country in the world that does a system like we do. We're the only country in the world that has mail-in ballots. The way we do this is unbelievable. It guarantees cheating. So it's no, and you have
energy it takes
confirmation.
to fight from either extreme left or extreme right. Freaking America needs some darn middle ground. We are divided and conquered. Vote how you like and STFU. Amen.
I wish I could shut the fuck up, but I've got armed men in masks on the street abducting my neighbors and shooting them in the face. So until that stops happening, I encourage you to shut the fuck up and do something productive that helps your neighbors. But thank you for the $10 super chat. God. Here we go. Back into this.
And President Trump have withdrawn from. They are looking to withdraw the United States from the entire world so that we can turn into an age of authoritarians that can carve out the world where Donald Trump can command the Western Hemisphere and Latin America as his personal sandbox, where Putin can saber rattle around Europe and try to bully around our own allies there, and for essentially authoritarians to have their own geographic domains. And it actually is the Trans-Pacific Partnership. It is our global alliances that can be a hard stop against authoritarian consolidation of power, particularly in the installation of regional puppet governments.
Amazing. Manfred, should we just take it this way and then you...
And I mean, like, yeah, she's nailing it. She's nailing it in this appearance. Like, I'm sorry. The characterization of her as, like, inarticulate or stupid, it's just not accurate to her actual performance here. She's an idiot. What about what she said right there struck you as the ravings of an idiot? Because frankly, all I've seen is nitpicking of the fact that she used filler words when getting an unexpected question. And that's about it. You know? Do you think AOC is the best candidate for 2028? She might be the best one that we're gonna get. You know? And like just looking at the list of people who might throw their hats into the ring, you know, the most powerful one probably being either Kamala Harris or Gavin Newsom. She's one of the few Democratic politicians outside of like Bernie Sanders who has a higher degree of favorability within the Democratic Party. But let's take a look. I wanted to check in with this appearance, which she made at TU Berlin a few days ago as part of her Munich security conference appearance. And I think she laid out, at least early on here, a very good preview of what her what a type of candidacy from her would look like.
That unapologetic visibility of Latin culture in this moment.
Yes, you know, it is. It's so interesting, and it is so impactful that this halftime show felt so resonant for so many people, because
she got asked about Bad Bunny's performance.
As in this moment and in the political environment and conditions that we're in, where cruelty has become in vogue and inhumanity and callousness is seen as this kind of sophisticated, realpolitik kind of approach to the world. A halftime show based not just in proudly centering Latin Americans and immigrants of all kinds in the United States who are under attack, but also Latin American culture is so communal and it is so warm and compassionate, like many other cultures around the world, that just centering kindness and, you know, in Spanish there's a word cariño.
Sí.
And this is like this, cariño is like this, I don't know how you would translate it, but it's
like warmth.
It's like a cherishing of one another.
Bad Bunny was an awful show. I mean, I guess if you're like media illiterate, I suppose.
And that just putting those values on television felt countercultural, rebellious, resistant, and that, I think, speaks so much to the moment that we are in, that it was defiant. And I think mainstreaming that is so important, even though it may seem like something we would have taken perhaps for granted just a few short years ago.
Sí.
It was crap. My opinion, get over it. It's fine. You're entitled to your opinion, but like, why did you think it was crap? I mean, I'm interested. I'm not angry about it, but I am interested. Why did you dislike it? I've heard a lot of people disliked it, but I haven't really heard many reasons why other than it was in Spanish, which I think is a not great reason to dislike something. Kind of like how Parasite was not in English, but it still slapped as a film.
Qué orgullo. But
sí,
we will switch to English, no worries. So let me move along in your biography, maybe ask you a few questions. You studied international relations and economics at Boston University, interned for Senator Ted Kennedy at some point, and after graduation you returned home to help out your family after your father had passed away. You had to take odd jobs, you had to be a waitress and supporting your family. So you, at that time, already got involved in the organizing and politics, but what was the moment where you actually realized, okay, I don't want to just look at politics, I actually want to do something?
Yes, you know, I think that whole...
Oh, no, Princess Mouse, over it on the YouTube stream, we get a lot of trolls. So, you know, every night it's basically an unending deluge of people telling me I look like a man or I'm ugly. or something about like transes need to get out of America, stuff like that. A general milieu of hatred that existing as a trans woman out on the internet and a socialist just kind of attracts. The low-hanging hatred fruit of internet trolls.
Journey was so formative to my life and to my experience. My mother was born in Puerto Rico. My father was born in the Bronx, in New York. And I grew up at a time when the Bronx was experiencing some of the highest dropout rates, high school dropout rates in its history. And my parents moved to a suburb to try to move me to a public school area where I could have a chance. And I think, so much of this was built on the promise of the American dream, that if you work hard, and even if you are born or come from economically challenging circumstances.
I'm sorry, if you think that Bad Bunny's halftime show was too sexually explicit, I encourage you to go look over the lyrics of literally every other performer at the Super Bowl for like the last 30 years.
That you can be entrepreneurial, that you can work hard. My mother cleaned houses growing up to put me through school. My father started a small business. And we struggled, but we were starting to make it. They were able to finally buy a home, which is part of the white picket fence American dream. And around the time I was 16 years old, my father was diagnosed with cancer. Of course, in the United States, healthcare is not treated as a human right. It is not universal. And so we suffered greatly financially through his chemotherapy treatments. And I got into college and I started studying in school. And the first week of my sophomore year of college, my father passed away. And my mother was left to be a single mom and trying to support 2 children on a house cleaner's salary. And I really saw and lived the same story that so many Americans can have, where it's that you are promised this American dream, you do everything right. My parents came here, they tried to raise 2 kids, put them through college, get an education, and it all fell apart. And this was all during the 2008 recession. And so after I graduated college, we were, by that time, on the brink of losing our home, and I started waitressing because it was in the wake of the Great Recession. There was no jobs available, and it's how you could walk home with cash in your pocket. I felt very cynical about our politics.
And I mean, like, I think that this is an origin story that, like, a lot of working people in America can get behind and understand.
Especially about the 2-party system in the United States, because the Bush tax cuts were made permanent under a Democratic administration. They were made by a Republican administration, made permanent during a Democratic administration. You grow up with this background. We had the Iraq War, and it felt just very much, you started to see the same banks and the same large corporations contributing to both political parties at this time. And I grew very cynical. I felt, what is the point in electoral politics? It feels like no one is fighting for me. And it feels like, more importantly,
it's true. Obama did betray us. I have another entire segment talking extensively about how Obama betrayed us, prepared to go right now. But I don't think this is an Obama situation.
Politics had really drifted away from seeing families like mine. And there was a time when I gave up on it. I was very cynical, and I just said, you know what, I'm just going to put down my head and I'm just going to work and just accept these conditions. And when you do that, life gets very depressing. It's very dispiriting when you give into that. And I think it just kind of got to a point where it was just intolerable. And I thought, you know what, even if it is impossible to change this Herculean system, I will feel better about my life having tried. And so I first started really engaging in activist and advocacy communities. I went to Standing Rock to resist the Keystone XL pipeline at that time. I got involved with many other activist movements. I still thought there was no way I would ever be able to get elected to office. And then, you know, the opportunity arose where I looked at my own backyard and I saw that our elected representative, I looked him up in one day and I said, I've never seen this person in my life. And I kind of felt to myself, there hadn't been a primary election. He had kind of been named to the seat. And I said, I might as well run. And I think it was that switch that was important. It's less the decision to run for political office that was important to me. I think the most consequential decision.
I dipped into the rightosphere, and AOC apparently doesn't know geography. Meanwhile, conservatives struggling to find Agrabah on a map.
Is resisting cynicism. Having gone there, visited it, and then made the active decision that it is no way to live a life. And I think that is the thing that is the stuff that successful political movements are really made of.
Yeah. Like I said, we have over 1,000 students here tonight, many of whom I'm sure care deeply about the state of the world and our politics, but maybe also feel overwhelmed or powerless or even cynical sometimes. So what is...
Is there a video of that? There's not a video, but here is a here is a poll from like 11 years ago. 30% of GOP voters support bombing Agrabah, the city from Aladdin. So that's fun. It's really fun to see that conservatives are only now really caring about geography, apparently.
Your advice to young people who are politically engaged but don't know how to take the next step or want to actually begin?
By the way, not just like, oh, they support, you know, sanctions on Agrabah or can't locate Agrabah. They genuinely just sight unseen are like, should we bomb Agrabah? Yeah, we should kill the people in Agrabah. And it's like, girl, what? You know little about the situation that you are in favor of violently killing fictional people from a fictional place just to sate your bloodlust and hatred of Muslims. It's crazy.
Getting involved into politics.
I think one of the things that can't be underestimated is the power that young people and particularly students have. It can be an overwhelming time.
God, I do really, really wish that reporters in the White House press pool would just start asking Trump basic follow-up questions. Like, I have here a map of North and South America. Can you please identify for me where Venezuela is? Like, just some basic questions. I feel like it could genuinely be the thing that obliterates him in politics. You know? I just want some, like, basic, you know, assume he genuinely knows nothing and work from there.
And that is by design. The right wing in the United States, they call this the flood the zone strategy. And that is if your senses can be overwhelmed, if you can be brought to a place of paralysis with new news developments every day that you will say, there's so much to do, I don't know what I can do, I'm just one person, so I'm just not going to do anything. And that is how, that's how they try to operate. That is their strategy for power. And the one thing that I can't emphasize enough is that there genuinely is no action too small. There is no organizing too insignificant, and all too often people dismiss the smallest actions before they even start because they're too small.
And this is one of the reasons why I try and encourage you guys, however you can, to get politically active. Because even if it's just putting up some signs, even if it's just, you know, walking around and like posting stickers in various places around your neighborhood, like that does something, you know? Like, even if it's just getting one more person to go to DSA, even if it's just getting one more person to go to your local Democratic meeting, you know, that does something. It's important because you are not alone. There are tens of millions of people working in concert with you. Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs. What is this?
Very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan and Albania as an example.
Oh, no.
It was going on for years. It was never going to be settled. If you remember, the Prime Minister and the presidents, they were there for many years. They said, when they were in my office, we settled. And they started off at both sides of the Oval Office, so far away. I didn't know you could be so far away. And as we were together for an hour, they kept getting closer, closer. And by the time we finished, we all hugged each other. And one said, I've been in this position for 22 years, and all I've done is kill their people. The other was there for 7 years, and all he did was kill their people. And we got it settled. And we did others, as you know. Very disappointed in the fact that that one's not settled. To think that we settled Azerbaijan.
I wanted to hear it one more time. That's very funny. But yeah, like, I don't know, people shit on AOC for, like, misspeaking once out of... like, this that we're watching right now is almost 2 hours long. And, like, the press will hyper-focus on the part where she had a few too many ums. But, like, oh, Donald Trump, the leader of the United States, not being able to pronounce the names of countries and not knowing which countries he's talking about. That's no biggie. That's fine. We'll barely talk about it.
And when I think about some of the formative moments that led up to an ascendant progressive left in the United States, they were things that people dismissed.
Yeah, he was talking about Azerbaijan and Armenia, but he Azerbaijan and Albania. Like, god damn.
The Occupy Wall Street movement began as a collective of students, and it grew. And in the moment, even when it was disrupted and dismantled, it created a cultural moment that captured the attention of millions of people. And in that immediate moment, people would have said, well, it didn't accomplish anything, it wasn't successful, but it really planted the seeds that then rolled into a lot of the energy just a few short years later of Bernie Sanders' first presidential campaign, of which I got, you know, I kind of cut my teeth doing electoral organizing. And so I would say that no action is too small and too insignificant. We are all drops that, when put together, make an ocean, but we don't see the ocean at the start. So I would really say that having faith in your convictions and your smallest decisions genuinely matters.
Moving on in your biography, you entered Congress in 2018 during the first Trump presidency. Now, with Trump back in office, I think many Europeans are still asking, how did this happen again? So what is your analysis of why the authoritarian politics have gained such traction in the United States?
I think there's a lot of dynamics that feed into that. One is that universally, there are material conditions, political conditions, cultural conditions that can sow the seeds for far-right movements. But they are also opportunities to go a different way. One, in terms of material conditions, is that when you have...
Just a question to the mods. Should we turn on subscriber only for a bit? You guys doing okay, or could you use a break? I'm sorry that we even have to ask, but yes, I can handle it. Okay, well let me know, Banana Brains, if you get overwhelmed, or if it just seems like if chat wants them gone, go for it. All right, I'll turn it on. People have been real extra tonight. There we go.
Economic stagnation for the working class.
I swear, where do these people come from? It's because we have vertical stream on. We have the dual stream feature on over on YouTube, which makes a vertical chunk. Like, it makes, like, this part right here becomes like a standalone stream that gets broadcast in the YouTube Shorts area, and the conservatives don't watch normally lengthed content anymore because their brains have been rotted, and so they're all in the YouTube Shorts now. And so whenever I have the YouTube Shorts on, they just stream in barely coherent with their rage. Also, Plevius, I don't know why I didn't read it off, but thank you for the $5 dono. Not only was it just too many ums, but there was a subject where the official policy of the United States is, I don't know, maybe, don't F around to either of you and you won't find out. Yeah, exactly.
That, especially in an environment where GDP is growing, that is the stuff of populist movements, period. The choice is what direction those populist movements can go. I was at Munich just a few days ago, and this conversation about populism came up, and it was universally derided as negative. And I want to challenge that frame a little bit, because populism at its core means a politics that is directly proximate to the people. And when you have populist movements rising up, almost regardless of their ideology, it is telling us something.
Also, just apropos of nothing, we are currently at 69 subs, thanks to Pluvius. Just wanted to note that. Congrats, and nice.
The ascent of populist movements is telling us that governments have strayed too far from being responsive to the working class. And so populist movements can all have, they are mechanisms of delivery, and it really matters what they deliver. When you have economic stagnation for the working class and GDP is growing, it is an injustice. And one path and one story is, they both frankly need to provide a prescription of why and who is causing this.
I mean, I think that she is doing an extraordinarily good job at summarizing the current moment of populism.
Direction is we are going to blame this on the vulnerable in society, on immigrants, on people of different gender identities, on a cultural or the educated and an anti-intellectualist movement. That's the stuff that right-wing populist movements are made of. And that, of course, is all done as a distraction from the truth, which is that it is economic elites that are taking the lion's share of growth for themselves and leaving crumbs for the working class. So the alternative to the lie, which is that it is the most vulnerable in society that is doing this, the alternative is a populist movement that tells the truth. A populist movement that says, this is an injustice. You are being screwed over. And that story is not a cultural one, but a class one. And that
there is no war but class war. AOC 2026. Look, all I'm going to say here is that she's doing an incredible job explaining this. But when we look at the potential field of candidates for 2028, where is the populist left capable of telling this truth? Who is the avatar of that, or who could even feasibly be the avatar of that? Bernie Sanders would, but he's too old. He's just too old. Who else do you have? J.B. Pritzker? No. Maybe if he really got his shit together, but no. Gavin Newsom? Fuck no. The only person who could feasibly be the avatar of this kind of populist left movement based in truth, the only person who it could be is AOC. Like, I don't see any other possibilities in the field. Yeah, so far she's the only one who could do it. And like, you know, I've heard Jon Stewart's name kicked around a bit, but like, I don't think Jon Stewart is as far left as a lot of people want him to be. You know? You, Jack, you're the one who could do it. No, I'm not. No, I'm not.
It is a class one.
I think I know who. It's Jeb.
The answer is, you know, I think there's an inherent reaction when we have a right wing blaming any given segment of people to say, no, we stand with those people. It is important to say that, but we have to go deeper. We don't stand with these populations because it is just because it is the morally right thing to do, although it is. We don't stand with them out of the goodness of our hearts or charity. We stand with them because it is strategic, because we are united as a class, and we will not be divided within our class. And so the alternative truth-telling prescription is not expulsion and targeting of people based on our differences, but a championing of higher wages, stronger safety nets, and accountability to those elites who are abusing our systems and our productivities for themselves. And it is accountability, it is antitrust, it does require a confrontation with power. And that, I think, is what is different about the time that we are coming into. We all need to buckle up. That is the moment that we are in. But if there is any place that shows that good people can prevail over the horrors of inhumanity, it is Berlin. It is Berlin. And it is so many other places around the world that can be a front line to show that we can overcome and we can defeat fascism by a class-based solidarity that champions all of us.
Hell yeah.
Think about this.
Because I think it is important that she's pointing out class-based solidarity that fights for all of us. Because, again, class reductionism is a hell of a drug, and I think it takes us in a very unproductive direction. When the reality is we need to stand for each other, and we need to stand for an inclusive movement. We cannot have class solidarity while simultaneously throwing part of the class under the bus. Like, for obvious reasons, you can't do that.
I think about this, and I'll end with this note, but I think about this very often because, of course, the universal healthcare systems in Europe are the envy of every American. And it is truly such a revolutionary environment that you all grow up in, the universality of healthcare, because it really is a decision and an affirmative material commitment to everyone's basic humanity, to human dignity. And to me, it is not a coincidence that universal healthcare systems across Europe were established in the wake after World War II. They are directly connected, where you had all of this destruction and all of this rubble that was built on a politics of persecution and division. But when we decided to move past that, we built material systems based on universality, affirming our human dignity. And I think it's so important for us to recall those lessons for today as we confront many of the shadows of those similar movements.
So when it comes to the discussion of the rise of the far right, critics, especially on the conservative political spectrum, often will claim that the political left is partly to blame because it has been too woke or concerned with identity politics. So I know this accusation has been leveled at you at times as well, although whenever I check your social media, you're on the picket line or striking with workers. Nevertheless,
would Tim Walz be a good option? Maybe, but Tim Walz has explicitly said he's not going to run, and I get the impression that he's feeling fairly beaten and beleaguered by everything that's happened in Minnesota specifically. So I don't think he's really up to the task. I thought maybe he would be several months ago, but not anymore.
How do you respond to this accusation that progressive kind of must choose between being pro-worker on the one hand or pro-immigrant, pro-climate, pro-LGBTQ on the other hand?
Yes, well, I think...
Is it valid to think he's weak? Yeah, he's had the opportunity to sign an eviction moratorium for, like, the last couple months, and he hasn't done it. So, we need a bare minimum of support from the state government, and we're just not really getting that here. And it's shaken my belief that he could even be, like, passably good at it. So that's kind of where I'm at.
It's true that
frankly, him dropping out of the governor race was a major sign of that weakness, but him continuing to not do anything for folks who are too scared to leave their homes is, kind of the nail in the coffin there.
Prevailing message that I discuss has always been class-based issue.
Yeah, exactly. Being pro-immigrant and pro-working class is the same thing. Immigrants are working class, by and large. And like the entire argument is essentially, should be that, hey, immigrants, whether documented or undocumented, are working class. And not only that, our job right now shouldn't just be, oh, let's get as many undocumented people into the country as we can so that they can be exploited extra hard by corporations and farm owners. Like, no, the solution should be, yeah, immigrants and documented and undocumented and native-born Americans. We're all working class, and you know what? We should get the undocumented documented. That the entire solution to this is just document the immigrants and then pay them living wages instead of slave wages. God.
Sometimes immigrants are walk-in class. I need to work on my walk-hay.
What is a walk-hay? Wait a minute. I'm going to Google that. Oh, cooking with the wok. That's true. That's true. I don't have a wok, but I really want one. It's I would like to be able to cook with a wok. It looks really fun and really cool. I also think I'd be bad at it, but you know, I still want to try my hand at it. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Thank you for making this show possible. And let's keep on going. We're about done with the section I wanted to check out here with AOC.
There is a political establishment, and I'll call this an economic power establishment in the United States that seeks to use cultural issues as a division. And part of that is also by trying to mischaracterize many on the left as saying, you know, the prevailing thing that we care about is this. But that is why I think it's been so important to move the Overton window on economic issues and to use my platform to do that. That's why I discuss improving and expanding Medicare and making it available to everyone in the United States. Those are the foundational messages that we use to break through. But it also takes many different messengers, and that's part of why political movements, and that's the strategic advantage that we have on the left, which is that we do include everybody. So you can have messengers of all different kinds of identities, races, backgrounds, all echoing united on a similar economic message. Because at the end of the day, we all are more resonant with differing communities. And that's why all of us together are able to say something that breaks through. It can't just be all on one person. And that's why I'm so grateful for the diversity of so many people on the left, of men on the left, of women on the left, of just people of all different races and backgrounds. We have to operate as a choir to get the message through.
You alluded to the fact that Germany indeed has a pretty strong welfare state, stronger than the US. We have minimum wage, universal health care, no university tuition, strong labor protections. So while the German working class is in general more protected in an economic sense, it also is dealing with the growing inequality, because we have seen a real wage growth has been stagnant. The amassment of wealth in the hands of very few and corporations is increasing. So even though the safeguarding is a bit higher, the relative inequality is increasing and is at the root, like you said, of this polarization. So you made the case in Munich also for fighting this amassment of wealth in the hands of few. I'm curious, how did the good people of Munich react for you to make the case for more wealth distribution?
Yes, well, I was on the populist panel, which was very funny. I think that there were differing dynamics, of course, in Munich. And one is that you are starting to see the ascent of the right, even in places like Munich. Marco Rubio's speech was a pure appeal to Western culture. My favorite part was when he said that American cowboys came from Spain.
Is it time to open carry at protests? Absolutely not.
I thought they came from Winnetou, but I believe the Mexicans and descendants of African enslaved peoples would like to have a word on
True
that.
Original cowboys.
But you know, I think it's also important to note how thin that foundation is. Culture is changing. Culture always changed. Culture for the entire history of human civilization has been a fluid, evolving thing that is a response to the conditions that we live in. And so they want to take this mantle of culture. At the end of the day, though, is, you know, it is very thin. And so the response that we have to have is, again, it's material, it's class-based, it's common interest. And so I think what was interesting about the reception is that
the solution is tax the rich. Shocking, I know.
I think the old way is realizing that they've had their way. They've had their economic deals structured exactly the way that they wanted it. They've had their, you know, all of the ways you can govern, they've had their way in doing it, and they are losing ground. And so I think while there was certainly more openness to what I was saying than probably there would be in years past, we can't underestimate the appeal of going back to these well-worn grooves. A lot of what we talk about when we talk about a class-based internationalist perspective also means ending the hypocrisy towards the global South.
True. And because this is I think incredibly important, which is recognizing that income inequality is going to continue to go up for as long as capitalists are able to export labor to places where markets are unregulated, you know, where labor conditions are unregulated. It's why offshoring happened in the first place. It's why offshoring continues. Labor keeps being shuffled around to different places. And like the fact that she is willing to say this, I mean, it's a pretty significant break from the larger Democratic Party. The larger Democratic Party generally does not want to focus on this being an international problem because that would acknowledge that the system of capital itself is broken. And so I think that this is an interesting thing, an interesting observation that is correctly and aptly made by AOC here. And I think it is why ultimately she's going to be able to like tap into this left-wing populism, this growing tide of anger at the fact that elites have been constantly screwing us over through the medium of, establishment Democrats, as well as the entire MAGA party. It's riddled with elites backing this movement so that we all get screwed over. And so I think that this is a really, if she is in fact running, which I think she should, this is a really important difference to strike between herself and establishment Democrats.
That is a challenge that is difficult for much of the typical crowd at Munich to hear. We look at what happened in Venezuela, for example. It is not a it is not a remark on who Maduro was as a leader. He canceled elections. He was an anti-democratic leader. That doesn't mean that we can kidnap a head of state and engage in acts of war just because the nation is below the equator. And And by the way, Rubio and the Trump administration left Maduro's regime intact. And so even whatever moralizing they have about it, they're just as much a culprit in ignoring the election results as anybody else. But also, you know, we have to understand that when they come for one, they come for us all. It's not a coincidence that when there was such a meek reaction to what happened in Venezuela, they immediately turned around and set their sights on Greenland. And that is why we have to recognize that respecting these standards and strengthening them across the world is what ultimately what protects all of us individually as well.
Yes, and it's important to reiterate that the case of Venezuela is not complicated or complex from an international law legal standpoint, but very clear. Let me move on to the transatlantic relations. And one of the key issues at the core of the fray we have experienced in the past year is the trade policy that the United States has leveled as political leverage against Europe, but also other parts of the world as well.
We could keep watching this for the entire rest of the night. I think this is where we're gonna cut this particular thing. Overall, I think she is incredibly well positioned here. If she is not prepping for a run, like, it's a wasted opportunity. And as I said at the very beginning of this, there's genuinely no downside for her running in the Democratic primary. Either she's setting herself up for a future win, or she wins outright. And I think she's one of the few candidates who could actually live up to the current time. And Dragonfly, you fucking called it. I'm now on the same boat. I think AOC is gonna run, and I think this Munich conference really was her time to let the world know that she was, thinking about it. She should run. Yeah. Absolutely, she should run. She's by far the most popular candidate in most well-received, well-regarded Democrat in the running for potential president in 2028. So we'll have to see how this goes. But overall, I'm very impressed by this showing. And I'm hearing some of you guys want the link so you can check out the rest. Here you go. Here you go. Here you go. The other 2 appearances she had at Munich are also on the channel that I linked you guys, so you can check out the other appearances there as well. God, I hope she runs. Nobody's gonna vote for a woman? I disagree with that. It's gonna be so weird having an intelligent president. Ain't it just? She should run the Democrats? Yeah, maybe in the future. Sure. If she isn't preparing for a run. Well, there was reporting from NBC that her close friends and colleagues and allies have been saying that she might in fact be running. So we'll see. I think, again, the reason Kamala Harris didn't win the last election was because she pivoted. She pivoted in order to incorporate messaging from her Uber executive consultant advisor. Like it just didn't. Who I think was her brother-in-law, if I'm remembering right. Like, hey, God. I think she would actually. I think she'd do really well in the election. I think she'd do well as president. Yeah, then you have the fucking Gaza genocide weighing her down like a cinder block. Which, at the very least, AOC seems to be someone who would actually use her power to try and bring an end to that. However flawed folks might consider her, I do think she would actually use her weight as a president to try and end the abuse of Gazans and Palestinians. Gavin Newsom AOC ticket? Nah, that's not gonna happen. That Gavin Newsom is not gonna pick AOC to be on his ticket. And I don't think AOC would accept that over her own dead body. Like I don't think she would do that. Anyway, I just think that she would do a great job. And hopefully I in this field I don't see anyone else
to hear
willing to
far
step
more
up.
direct condemnation from her on Jeffries, Schumer, and Federoger.
Federoger, indeed. Yeah, I mean, I also think that she is trying to be as diplomatic as she can be. And I think her statements here are a condemnation of Jeffries, Schumer, Federoger, and the folks like them. I don't know that we're going to get her saying fuck Chuck Schumer as much as I really, really want that to happen. Largely because her strategy has seemingly been to attempt to stay on at least semi-positive terms with these folks so that she can attempt to negotiate them into better positions. And that has had, mixed success at best. That being said, I think that might pay off if she is the one in the driver's seat. And, well, frankly, I don't think Fetterman is rehabilitatable. Like, I think he's just gone. And he's gonna stay gone, regardless of what is said. Link for Agrabah? You're lucky I didn't exit out of that tab an hour ago. Here you go. Anyway. Chip, I do encourage you all to check out the full speeches, especially if you've been getting fed information about like AOC's stupid, this went over poorly. She got applause for her answers. She did just fine. I will also say later on in this college Q&A session that she did, she does take questions on Palestine. I think her answers were pretty good. Not perfect, but pretty good. And yeah, I just think that I think she'd be a good candidate. There's no one else stepping up to the plate. AOC, I hope you run. I'll be knocking doors and phone banking for you. So we're doing whatever I can to organize for you, if you do. And I know a lot of other people will as well. Because, goddamn it, can we not let Gavin Newsom have that? Like, who else? Pete Buttigieg? Kamala Harris a second time? No. These are all terrible options. So, folks, we got to get organized. Join your local Dems. Join your local DSA. Let's do our best to get organized as hell for the midterms. And so we can be organized for the 2028 election. It is very, very important that we get our shit together before it is right up to the deadline, okay? And if you got anything out of this, please hit the like button. Leave a comment, especially on these longer segments. Comments are really, really important. And hit the subscribe button if you haven't. And last but not least, check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes, tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks, non-tucking lingerie. It's really great. Check it out. New sizes, colors, styles coming in the near future. Link down in the doobly-doo. Let's keep on going. Woo! Benny, thank you for the $5
Thank you,
super chat.
Jack. I'm here for your beautiful hair. Sad face emoji.
Thank you. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 5 tier 1 subs earlier and for the 5 tier 1 subs right now. My goodness.
That moment when you realize Agrabah was partially inspired by Baghdad. Why did we destroy Aladdin?
He was messing around with that magic cave. That magic cave was an existential threat. There could have been weapons of mass destruction in there.
Mina demo is out on PS5. I hope
What?
it does well. Window is spring 2026.
Man, I wish I had PS5. I do like that you are taking the opportunity to plug Mina the Hollower every chance you get, Sake Tanuki. Because I'm not mad ever about people boosting cool games in my chat.
Mina the Hollower is an action-adventure title from the creators of Shovel Knight. Take control of Mina as she charges into a bizarre mission to save a cursed island. Whip foes into oblivion, burrow under hazards and monsters, and hunt down secrets in a pixel-perfect love letter to handheld gaming.
Important to say, so just take my money.
2D Synctium, thank you very much for the $5 super chat. And One-Eyed Atheist, thank you for the $5 super chat as well.
The lamp was a WMD.
I mean, I guess technically, wouldn't it be classified as a potential WMD? I don't know.
Mina the Hollower's release date is on the horizon. The limited time demo will be exclusively available on PlayStation 5 tomorrow.
Boo! If you've got a PS5, go check it out. This looks cute as fuck. Hell yeah. We gotta make sure Yacht Club Games makes it through this. They put everything they had into Mina the Hollower. Playing Tomb Raider right now? Hell yeah. Hell yeah. All right, folks, we've actually been going for over 4 hours, believe it or not. If you've been enjoying the show, please hit that like button, hit that subscribe button, hit that follow button, and we got a little song to let you know what to do. Here you go. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button. Click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, click button, click Hell yeah! So many cool games coming out this year. Yeah, I finally got a chance to play a bit of Mugenics the other day, and god damn, that game is adorable and fun. God damn, like, it's so good. It's so good. Mechanically, just satisfying as hell. Everyone should back AOC because if she wins, it will make Hillary so mad she'll stroke. True. True. Hillary's eyes will bleed. Mr. Pibb, thank you for the $5 super chat. Thank you as always, RBJ. We need to have hope maxing so we can push the cortisol level down. Solidarity forever. Hell yeah. That's also why I've been more consistent about my running. Just gotta... it's super important, actually, for the cortisol. You know? Where does it say in the rule books that a dog can't be a WMD? Well, you know, let me take a look here. See. You know, I'm not seeing any rule about that, actually. Thanks, Von 400. Weapons of mass dogginess. There you go, Cliff. You got it. Any riverboaters in Washington 1 week left to sign up to be a delegate at the Washington Democrat Convention. If you're in the state of Washington, folks, go sign up.
How does the Tingleverse not contain any Kulu Limpa?
You know, I haven't read the rule book thoroughly enough to know whether or not it does. The important thing I have learned so far from reading just a fraction of the rule book is that all stories begin in Billings, Montana, and there are several locations outside of Billings, Montana, which resembles in many ways the Billings, Montana of our world, but with some key differences, like a multi-dimensional library and a lake that's been frozen by void crabs. So I can't say for certain it doesn't contain any Kulu Limpa. Though I understand that might be from Zelda, but I genuinely Tingle is no holds barred. Also, Sake Tanuki, thank you for the 2 tier 1 subs. Very much appreciated. Oof. That would improve Billings, Montana. I'm glad you guys enjoyed the bit. Okay, can I just as like a fun thing I've wanted to do in the future, I've wanted to run like some kind of Chuck Tingleverse tabletop adventure with you guys. And I'm not entirely sure how it would work. Maybe like each chat would have its own polls to decide what to do. I haven't quite thought it through yet, but I think it could be really fun. Like each chat would be a different character in the adventure. I don't know. I don't even know what is the Tingleverse. Okay, so if you aren't aware of who Chuck Tingle is, let's just here, you know what? I think just showing this will make it clear. So Chuck Tingle writes The Tingler, a form of fiction that he invented that is an erotic tingler, in which abstract concepts and objects can come to life with a sentient will of their own. And, you know, they may or may not want to pound people or other objects or creatures in the butt. And I can't believe so many of you are unaware of Chuck Tingle at this point. Yeah, Chuck Tingle is also just a really rad dude. Yes, Chuck Tingle wrote his own version of Harry Potter called Harriet Porber. And the full name of it is Trans Wizard Harriet Porber and the Bad Boy Parasaurolophus, an adult romance novel. And you know, if you're curious about what that is but don't want to read it, number one, you should read it. It's worth the money. And number two,
Hello, friends.
Strange Aeons did a really good video reviewing Trans Wizard Harriet Porber 4 years ago, and I highly recommend it. It's some good shit. Here's a link to it. There you go. There you go. And yes, also Chuck Tingle has now written like other books. He wrote one called Bury Your Gaze, which is really, really good. I own it. I've read it. It's good. Can we talk about Mystery Flesh Pit National Park someday? I love Mystery Flesh Pit National Park, so yes. We all love Strange Aeons here, okay? I just dropped into stream and I'm ashamed at how not confused I am. Look, also, Chuck Tingle is just a cool dude. He's just a cool dude. He's also been nominated for a Hugo Award, which is its own entire rabbit hole of how that happened. But yes. Anyway, I think what do we do now? So, chat, which way do you want to go for the content for stream tonight? Okay? I've got 3 options. And the options are we cover Marco Rubio's speech in Munich. We cover Barack Obama being interviewed by Brian Tyler Cohen. Or we cover Rudyard talking with Balaji Srinivasan. Okay?
Rudyard, you're
How talking to who now? Balaji Srinivasan, the guy who wrote the network state. Obama. Marco. Okay, wait. I'm pulling the Rudyard out of the mix because I just looked and I saw that it is an hour and a half long. And frankly, if we do that, it's going to take another 4 hours, and it's already 2 o'clock in the morning. I'm sorry. It was rude of me to dangle that in front of you when I could not actually provide it. I'm sorry. Rubio or Obama? That's like 7 hours in jack time. It's true. I need to lock that off behind subs. Speaking of, we're almost halfway to our goal. And if you want the goal to be that Rudyard section, that'd be fair, I guess. I guess Obama if we can't have what if alt hist? Okay. All right, Obama seems like the next one. Here we go.
That was shared by President Trump, depicting him and former First Lady Michelle.
God. Okay. So, folks, we're going to take a look at an interview that Brian Tyler Cohen did with former President Barack Obama. And in this, I'm not going to lie, I'm going to be kind of mean to Obama. Largely because I attribute a lot of the mire that we are currently in to the failure of Barack Obama's neoliberal pandering as president. A lot of his economic policies, like bailing out banks but not homeowners, the considering banks too big to fail, his drone war. I think a lot of this only served the interests of capital. I don't think it was actually helpful to everyday working class people. And so I'm going to be a bit negative on Barack Obama. And well, I think that his failures lead directly to Donald Trump being elected, and not just because of racism, but because of some pretty profound failures inherent to his neoliberal ideology. So let's dive in, shall we?
Norms.
Mr. President, thanks so much for joining me.
It is wonderful to be here, Brian. Thank you for having me.
So, as you know better than anybody, the discourse has devolved into a level of cruelty that we haven't seen before. What was disqualifying just a few years ago now not only feels fine, acceptable, but actually rewarded. You have administration officials saying that the victims of ISIS aggression are domestic terrorists. You have J.D. Vance coming out and saying that it's okay. You don't have to apologize for being white. Just days ago, Donald Trump put a picture of your face on an ape's body. And so again, this is kind of, we've seen the de-evolution of the discourse. How do we come back from a place that we have fallen into?
Well, first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the majority of the American people find this behavior deeply troubling. It is true that it gets attention. It's true that it's a distraction. But, as I'm traveling around the country, as you're traveling around the country, you meet people. They still believe in decency, courtesy, kindness. And there's this sort of clown show that's happening in social media and on television. And what is true is that there doesn't seem to be any shame about this among people who used to feel like you had to have some sort of decorum and a sense of propriety and respect for the office, right? So that's been lost. But the reason I point out that I don't think the majority of the American people approve of this is because ultimately the answer is going to come from the American people. And we just saw this in Minnesota, in Minneapolis. It is important for us to recognize the unprecedented nature of what ICE was doing in Minneapolis, St. Paul, the way that federal agents, ICE agents, were being deployed without any clear guidelines, training, pulling people off, out of their homes, using.
Again, part of what leaves such a terrible taste in my mouth about this is that Obama was president and ICE operated under him. Like, Obama famously deported a colossal number of people during his presidencies. And ICE has been terrible the entire time. Like, ICE has been terrible the entire time. They were just doing it in a way that was deemed more acceptable. Like, they were doing it in targeted ways, in well, you know, they were going after the bad ones. That was the excuse they always gave. It was still not good. It was still something that had previously been done by INS, and INS had its problems prior to the formation of ICE in like 2003, but legitimately, we can solve this problem of undocumented immigrants in this country with like 1,000 bureaucrats and simply documenting them and sending out fines. Like, anything more than that, like, oh, okay, someone is a criminal, someone is criminally missing their court dates, we can just have local police look for them. Or if that's a problem, we can have like a limited number of INS agents go and find them, which is how it operated in the past. There is no reason for a paramilitary force to be doing this. And so, like, I don't know, it's been clearly weaponized in order to essentially hold the threat over the heads of undocumented workers, to get them to accept worse and worse working conditions and pay. It has been very clearly weaponized, and it was weaponized back in the day, too. Like, this wasn't new. It was dissolved in 2003. Why? Because they rolled it into what ICE was. Like, God, the entire DHS, in my mind, needs to be abolished. Again, we do not need all of these Border Patrol agents and ICE agents, because I want to remind you guys, a lot of the people who are doing all this fucked up shit here in Minneapolis are not just ICE, it's also CBP. It's Customs and Border Patrol. In fact, in a lot of ways, CBP is considered worse. You know, I've talked about the stories and the news coverage of them like deliberately manufacturing situations in which they could shoot people in cars. It's really, really disgusting. And again, like, I guess I just take issue with the idea that how ICE is acting right now is unprecedented when it's very much precedented, and it was precedented by this president.
5-year-olds to try to
bait their
parents. All the stuff that we saw, tear.
Like, I'm sorry, there are 3,800 children held in the Dilley, Texas facility right now. Like, it's not limited to just the children from Minneapolis. ICE has been taking kids the entire time.
Gassing.
Like children were in cages during the first Trump presidency. They were in cages during Obama's presidency. They were in cages during Biden's presidency. And it is a huge, colossal indictment that, like, Obama didn't get rid of ICE. Obama didn't get rid of DHS. Biden didn't get rid of ICE. Biden didn't get rid of DHS. It is a moral stain on our nation that we have allowed these privatized concentration camps to be established and maintained with the endorsement of the state, with the endorsement of both parties up until right now.
Crowds simply who were standing there not breaking any laws. So the rogue behavior of agents of the federal government is deeply concerning and dangerous. But we should take a moment to appreciate the extraordinary outpouring of organizing, community building, decency.
Yeah, that's all great, but recognize that it comes about as a result of colossal failure. Like, I love that people are applauding my community for the way it came together, the way people are selflessly donating their time, their bodies, their energy, their lives to keeping one another safe, but it only comes to this because of colossal systemic failure. A systemic failure that was put in motion and perpetuated by folks like Obama and Biden and George W. Bush and Donald Trump. It just makes me mad as hell. Because more than anything than like a pat on the back, I would love for the folks who have power, the folks who have influence, to actually be using that power and influence to fix the goddamn problem instead of congratulating us. Fix it. We don't want your congratulations. We want the masked, armed men to be gone. We want folks to not feel like they have to be afraid walking down the street.
Neighbors buying groceries for folks, accompanying children to school, teachers who were standing up for their kids, not just randomly, but in a systematic, organized way, citizens saying, this is not the America we believe in, and we're going to fight back, and we're going to push back with the truth, and with cameras, and with peaceful protests, and shining a light on the sort of behavior that in the past we've seen in authoritarian countries and we've seen in dictatorships, but we have not seen in America. And that kind of heroic, sustained behavior in sub-zero weather by ordinary people is what should give us hope. And it should remind us that at the end of the day, the way we get a democracy that's working, the way we get policies that actually are helping working families get ahead, the way that we restore norms, rule of law, decency, it's going to be because we, citizens, are activated and paying attention and saying enough and saying, we have a different idea of what the American family should look like and community should look like. And that is what I'm seeing across the board. So, I was on a panel a while back, and I said, a lot of the values that we say we subscribe to, during easy times, during peaceful times, it's easy to say we believe in those things.
Right, when they're not challenged.
When they're not challenged. It's easy to believe in free speech when it doesn't seem like the government's trying to crack down on free speech. It's easy to say that we believe in the golden rule when we aren't at risk of being arrested when we exercise the golden rule.
Yeah.
Right now we're being tested. And the good news is what we saw in Minneapolis and St. Paul, and what we're seeing in places across the country, including here in Los Angeles, has been...
Strip it all back down to Border Patrol. I mean, I would even go with Border Patrol as we know it needs to be dissolved and redesigned from the ground up. Like, frankly, I don't really think we need a Border Patrol per se, but at the very least, the folks who are running it now, the folks who make up the rank and file of Border Patrol, should not be allowed to continue doing those jobs.
the American people saying, no, you know what, at least a good number of the American people saying, we're going to live up to those values that we say we believe in. And as long as we have folks doing that, I feel like we're going to get through this.
So I hear and appreciate what you're saying about the agency of individuals. As we look toward our elected officials, our Democratic leaders, I think something that I've been having a lot of trouble reconciling is for so long it's felt like Democrats are solely focused on protecting norms, institutions, processes, and then you've got a Republican Party that sees what it wants and will find a way to get it. Laws be damned, Constitution be damned, rules be damned. And we're seeing that play out right now. And so, you know, given this massive asymmetry, where it often leaves us feeling like it's a Lucy pulling the football away from Charlie Brown over and over and over again situation, what needs to be done? And do you think that our Democratic leadership and our Democratic elected officials understand that for the first time?
Well, look, I think we have to acknowledge that we've got the harder job, right? So we believe in government as a tool for good, as a potential force to create more jobs, and as a way to make sure that the planet doesn't roast, to make sure that as we move forward and the economy grows, that everybody and not just some are benefiting, and that kids are getting a good education. And what that
Night, Archangel.
means is that we have to think about the consequences of our actions. We have to try to figure out how do we get working majorities to actually pass laws and to implement those laws and to make things happen. Tearing stuff down doesn't require all that. So when you talk about Republicans, for example, it seems like they see what they want and they just go after it. Well, they've passed one significant piece of legislation since they've been, for all the hoopla, they haven't actually codified and institutionalized much of anything. They have poured a huge amount of money into ICE and their immigration agenda. And they've cut taxes for really wealthy people. And now they're trying to unravel a bunch of rules and norms and laws that are already in place. That's an easier job. So I say that because we should accept the responsibility and the challenge that our job's going to be a little bit harder. Because in order for us to get stuff done, like let's say the Affordable Care Act,
you know, like, I don't know how to really put my frustration into words here. But like, I understand and appreciate his desire to maintain a productive positivity. But I really feel like at the point where we have masked gunmen abducting people off the street, and concentration camps being built and maintained across the country, like talking about like, well, they only really passed one significant piece of legislation, but it was a pretty big one, wasn't it? Like, come on, Barack. It was a really, like, it moved around trillions of dollars. And like, weaponized a paramilitary force to be used against us. And it's so fucking frustrating.
well, we've got to cobble together a majority. And we've got...
And like, I do understand, I do understand and appreciate it, because he's saying something that I say a lot of the time, which is like, yeah, it's going to be hard, but you know, like, we got to do it. Which I feel like it hits a bit different when it comes from me, someone who's in the same boat as all of you and not a former president, than when it comes from Barack Obama, who's like going and windsurfing with Richard Branson.
Got to persuade and we got to convince. And so I do think that there's been some unwillingness on the part of Democrats in the past to break down some of the institutional barriers for us getting stuff done, just because, well, it's always been done that way. And I'll give you an example that frustrated the heck out of me when I was president, which was the filibuster in the Senate. The Senate is already structurally...
Jay Never Chill, thank you very much for subscribing. I very much appreciate the support.
Skewed and anti-majoritarian, right? It's hard for majorities to get stuff done, whether it's trying to pass civil rights legislation in the 60s or, trying to get gun control legislation or what have you, because even though majority of people support it, Delaware and Wyoming have the same number of senators as
Hey, you can call me Jess. Congratulations on finally getting a continual glucose monitor. 8 to 9 years fighting Medicaid. Oh my god. Congratulations. No more bruised covered fingers? Hell yeah. Good job. I'm really happy for you. Interesting question. Does the quality and carrying out of democratic services and laws rest on the shoulder of the president or the worker who can keep his or her job who can only keep his or her job if they carry out the desires of the guy that supplies the paycheck for their family? Do you see the problem here? Yes, of course I see the problem here. Thanks, Jay Never Chill.
California. Yeah. Right? All right. So that would require a constitutional amendment. You then compound that with a filibuster. And the truth is that Democrats for some time have been traditionalists in wanting to preserve that when it blocks us from making government effective, which in turn makes people feel like government is corrupt and not caring about them.
Which lends itself
to the kind of, it gives folks like Trump an opening. Yeah. Right? So redistricting is another good example of where I strongly believe we should not be having politicians draw lines that determine who's voting for them. We should have voters.
What gives what, Speed Razor?
Decide who their politicians are. And, I've worked with Eric Holder to help set up the terrific work that, the NDRC has been doing to try to make sure that we have fair maps. But the fact that Governor Newsom here in California and others said, well, if they're going to try to gerrymander their way out of losing this upcoming midterm, then we're going to respond. And we're going to respond in a lawful way where we put it up to a referendum and let people decide and not just give away the store because of traditions. And that was the right response. So I do think that...
Okay, I will say this about Obama here, which is that I think it is really good and useful and serves utility for Obama to come out and essentially say, team fight. One of the big debates that has been just raging in Washington, D.C. lately is whether or not Democrats should actually fight Republicans, or if, Democrats should roll over and play dead and let Republicans damage whatever. With the thought being that if you roll over and play dead, Republicans will damage so much that effectively the only outcome could possibly be that folks like you and I vote for whatever blue D is on the ticket, And I think Obama coming out and saying, nah, you gotta fight, I think that matters. And I think it matters specifically to the folks who are pretty predisposed to not fight, like Chuck Schumer like Hakeem Jeffries, etc. So I think that that's pretty important, and I think that's useful. So I will give credit where it's due here. That might actually be useful. My saltiness aside about his general positioning.
I don't want us to simply duplicate the behavior of the other side. I don't want us to have a slash and burn strategy where we don't care about rule of law. We don't care about some of the guardrails around our democracy. We start lying and having no regard for the truth the way the other side seems to be comfortable with right now. Because if that's how we fight, then we lose what we're fighting for. But that doesn't mean we have to get punked or be saps. And I do, or to cling to traditions just for the sake of tradition. I think what we have to continually evaluate is, in this moment in time, how do we make sure that we can advance our agenda in a way that reflects what's good for ordinary folks, not special interests, not simply the well-to-do, and how do we do that in a way that's consistent with integrity, honesty, democracy, the values that we claim to want to uphold? And I think it's possible to do that. But the reason I started with reminding ourselves, yes, we have a harder job, because sometimes I think we're tough on Democrats, saying, why aren't you being as mean and tough and nasty as they are? Well, you know, it's when I was president of the United States, I suppose I could have simply unilaterally ordered the military to, go into some red state and harass and intimidate a governor there, or cut off funding for states that didn't vote for me. I could have exercised that prerogative, but that is contrary to how I think our democracy is supposed to work. And
I genuinely don't think you have that ability. Like, part of me is a bit, like, kind of perplexed even hearing him say, like, I could have exercised that prerogative. I don't think you have the legal authority to do that, actually. Like, yes, also he would have been impeached instantly in that political climate. And, like, it's a bit worrying to hear him even claim to have these powers when Donald Trump doesn't have these powers either. He's just doing it because no one will stop him.
And I think we shouldn't get discouraged by the fact that we have a tougher job. What we should do is expect that our side is smart enough to figure it out.
So you had mentioned persuasion, and I think that that's a really good point here, because as we eventually head toward a next general election cycle, we're going to be contending with a lot of the same infighting that's plagued Democrats before. You'll often have leftists and progressives butting up against liberals and moderates. And look, you are the ultimate pragmatist. And so what advice do you have as we head toward this election cycle, this eventual 2028 election cycle, so that we don't devolve into the same, 2016 era Bernie Hillary redux that feels like it always consumes the left?
Brian, it's because Bernie and Hillary have very different policies. Like, it seems like it always consumes the left because we have a neoliberal wing of the party and, like, a progressive pro-working class wing of the party. And the neoliberal wing of the party brought us to where we are right now. Like, the way we avoid it is by embracing pro-working class values that the neoliberals have been too scared up to this point to embrace. because they know it might piss off their biggest donors.
Well, look, first of all, I think it's important to remember that the divisions in the Democratic Party tend to get magnified in the media. Relative to the divides that exist in most other countries, where you have a parliamentary system, you have multiple parties, and you got Green Party, and you got the center-left party, and you've got a socialist party, and sometimes you got a communist party. Yeah. Our differences get exaggerated. Listen,
No. Sometimes the differences aren't exaggerated. Hillary Clinton had a vastly different platform than Bernie Sanders. Like, sometimes the differences are, like, in fact, quite important. Like the difference between the Affordable Care Act Medicaid expansions and Medicare for All. Pretty key difference.
Bernie Sanders believes, just like Nancy Pelosi believes, just like Chuck Schumer believes, just like Hakeem Jeffries believes, just like AOC believes, in equality and non-discrimination against people because of race or gender or sexual orientation. Well, all Democrats believe in that. That's a core value. Democrats believe that government should provide a strong safety net for people when they're down on their luck. Everybody I just mentioned believes in that. Everybody believes that.
And everyone believes that we need to means test that safety net until practically no one can use it.
There should be some regulation of the market so that you don't have monopolies and oligopolies that are simply dictating the terms of the economy. And that we should have a tax system that levels out some of the inequalities that result. So I think it's important for us to remind ourselves as a starting point, what do we have in common? Most of the time, the differences are tactical. Right? It has to do.
No.
With, well, how much of a tax hike can people put up with? How much regulation should we be thinking about when it comes to climate change?
That's not tactical. That's really important. Like, if by tactical you mean the difference between everyone having health care and, you know, the majority of the population being on, like, private insurance, then no, that's not just a tactical difference. There's a meaningful difference and a meaningful, like, effect for working people. Like, it's not a tactical difference if, like, the EPA regulations of one candidate prevent, like, the poisoning of, like, a low-income area's water supply, whereas the other candidate doesn't have that. Like, that's actually a pretty big material difference. Not tactical, it's material. Even if we're talking about, like, winding down fossil fuel emissions, that's a material impact, not tactical.
And if we recognize that typically the arguments in the Democratic Party aren't about core values, but are really around tactics and how do you get stuff done, now we can have a robust debate. And I want a robust debate.
Yeah.
And what we can also do is not try to nationalize every issue all the time. This last off-year election, I think, was a great example. You know, you've got a candidate like Spanberger in Virginia, who runs what would be considered a more centrist campaign and runs a terrific campaign. And then you've got Mondami in New York, who runs a explicitly socialist grassroots campaign and excites and mobilizes folks, and that can win in New York City.
Well, again, when you're talking about what campaign style can win where, that's a tactical difference. When we're talking about actual policy content, that is a material difference. And I do want to say, so far, Spanberger has been a welcome surprise. I was not expecting her to do as much as she's done so far, like cutting off ICE, collaboration between the state government and ICE. But, like, the difference he's citing here is a tactical one, not a material one.
Probably could not win in Virginia. And that's okay. That's healthy.
Yeah.
And sometimes I think we
But also, like, okay, just trying to tone this down a little bit. But when we're talking about the material end of things, like, say, hey, don't you think Virginians deserve buses that are fast and free? Don't you think they deserve free childcare? Don't you think they deserve, like, free community college education? Like, these are things that New York City has. These are things that other states have. These are material differences. And they're things that every Virginian deserves, just like every New Yorker deserves. Like, I don't think the actual material demands, the actual policy demands, vary that much from state to state, other than how do you implement those different policies, right? The tactics, on the other hand, might vary, because you might be running in, like, a more conservative area, and you might need to adopt your tactics in order to get that progressive message through. But, like, oh boy, I didn't expect this to get me so heated.
we get into arguments. A recent one, this idea that the quote-unquote abundance agenda is somehow a sellout, and folks on the left getting exercised because, oh, this is part of this sort of corporate Democrats trying to take over the party. Well, no, not really. What I think...
Well, no, not really. Sure, no one likes it except for extremely rich people and this elite group of journalists who have been pushing it on the behalf of wealthy elites. But it's not. They aren't selling out. Come on, man! Like, are you kidding me? Like, the people who wrote that the main thing that would fix the Democratic Party is undoing more regulation, their big prescription is effectively doing more neoliberalism. And you're like, well, no, this isn't that big of a deal. It's silly that people are being thrown out of certain social circles for pushing this. And it's like, well, yeah, people are getting thrown out of certain social circles because it is politically tone deaf to be advocating for more neoliberalism when the out-of-touch nature that neoliberalism has inherently with the working class is exactly the main problem that we have right now in the Democratic Party. Like, good God.
It is entirely legitimate to say, for example, we need to build more affordable housing, which is going to require higher taxes on people like me and people who are well off in order to subsidize the construction of affordable housing, let's say in a place like California, and also be able to say, you know what, there are a bunch of well-intentioned rules and zoning laws and so forth that baby boomers like me and existing homeowners have used to block the construction of affordable housing, even in democratic cities. And so...
Yes, that is one thing. That is a sliver of policy. The issue, though, is that when Ezra Klein is actually asked about this in conversation, he'll give examples of, say, oh, well, there are zoning laws saying you can't build low-income housing unless you spend extra money making sure they have adequate air filtration systems. And maybe we need to get rid of if they're too close to a highway. And maybe we need to get rid of those zoning laws that dictate that you need certain air filtration systems if you're close to highways. When, like, the very reason that those air filtration systems need to exist is so that people in those buildings don't fucking die of cancer. Like, it turns out that's actually a pretty meaningful distinction. And when Ezra Klein talks about it, he talks about it as if, oh, well, it's pointless. It's basically antiquated. Do you want the air filtration systems, or do you want like a principled stand with no housing, or do you want an unprincipled stand with housing? Is essentially the argument he puts forward when talking about it. And like, we're not necessarily talking about the fact that, like, oh, well, the reason we can't solve homelessness is because of all the evil zoning laws. Like, yeah, you can find some examples where that's the case, but, like, we genuinely can overcome zoning laws. It's not impossible to do, number one. And number two, the entire argument is predicated on, like, the omnipresence of these zoning laws, and they are not everywhere. They are not the reason, by and large, low-income housing isn't being built. Yeah, regulations are generally written in blood. And it's very frustrating. I'm extremely frustrated. I'm trying to keep myself grounded, but, like, goddamn, this is difficult.
If we want to actually deliver housing rather than have some abstract argument, then we got to figure out not an either or of do we spend more money.
Honestly, kind of siding with the then we should make them Anakin meme right now. I mean, like, the issue here is that, like, we have other solutions, even outside of just overriding zoning laws. We have other options at our disposal. Like, I'm sorry, cities own land. The federal government owns land. This land could be made available via job programs and development for low-income housing. We could, in fact, have solved this problem like 50 years ago if we had wanted to, and we didn't. It is insane to me that we had in this program, in this country, jobs programs that allowed us to build some of the largest infrastructure projects in human history, and yet we seem to now think that it's beyond our ability to employ enough people to build housing. That's insane. That is simply insane. And I think I've articulated this before, but I think part of what infuriates me about Obama in particular, and about neoliberal thought in general, is the lack of imagination. The lack of a coherent dream for a better future. Almost universally, it seems like many neoliberals come at this from a perspective of, we already live in the best of all possible worlds. And so, like, really, it's just about tweaking the formula and we'll get to a better place. But, like, the reality is, we don't live in the best of all possible worlds. And we have, in fact, some extraordinarily profound failures that result in, homeless youth, that result in folks who can't find work, that result in people who fall through the gaps in Medicaid, and people who fall through the gaps in, like, Social Security. And, like, we can, in fact, solve all those problems. we can make sure people aren't falling through the gaps in our safety nets by universalizing those safety nets. We can make sure that like people have housing by making a jobs program that houses people. Like, this isn't an impossible thing to do. It just takes the vision and the power of dreams to do it. You have to be able to envision the better world. And if you are just sitting there looking at homeless encampments and being like, this is the best we got, I don't know what to tell you other than that is a failure to dream.
Or do we reform some of these things that are preventing the construction of affordable housing? We have to do both. And I want us to have those arguments. And one last thing I think that's I've noticed in a lot of our internal arguments, a lot of which, by the way, are taking place online, and ordinary voters, this is all completely off their radar screen. Yeah. One of the things I think it's important for Democrats, for us also to recognize, progressives to recognize, folks on the left to recognize, it's possible for us to have a moral sense of what is right and true and what needs to be done, and also recognize that we are in a particular time and place here in America, and voters are not going to agree with us 100% on everything. And so it is not a sellout, it's not a betrayal to say that we're going to shape our agenda and our message in a way that allows us to build a working majority to get stuff done. And I think particularly around social issues, sometimes we get confused around this. You witness what happened in Minneapolis, and you say to yourself, morally speaking, that 5-year-old child who's standing in front of that SUV as his father's being dragged off, that child is equal to mine or any child. His immigration status, his nationality, does not change the love and decency that we should be showing that child. But what is also true is that we're a nation of laws, we have borders.
But there's always a but with these guys. What are you talking about, Obama? That child was there legally? That's true. But also, if we're going to play this game, it's worth pointing out that we're a nation of laws. Do you think we should send people to concentration camps and rip apart their families and, send them to countries that they have not built their lives in over the equivalent of a parking ticket? Because I don't think we should do that. Like, I'm sorry. Like, do you think that people deserve to be tortured for parking tickets? If the answer is no, then the exact same level of civil offense has been, like, done by simply crossing the border in a way that is undocumented. And when Obama sits there and says, but we are a nation of laws, he is implicitly signing off on the treatment of these people, which, again, he implicitly signed off on the treatment of these people when he was president and did nothing about the treatment of these people. Has Obama ever gotten a parking ticket? Has Obama ever gotten a speeding ticket? I don't know. But I would not argue that Obama deserves to be imprisoned and tortured or deported to another country if he had. But he sits there comfortable in his power and privilege, and says, well, maybe that child should be because we're a nation of laws. There are just no words. This is not, by the way, a tactical difference. This is a material difference.
And we've got to figure out an immigration policy that is orderly and that is fair and is enforced in a sensible way that is compatible with our values, but may not.
The way that would be compatible is if we had the INS essentially operating as a bunch of bureaucrats. You know, and maybe we have the INS operate like the IRS does. You know, the IRS has a handful of, like, agents that have weapons if they need to go into the field to, like, serve documents to someone or something. But, like, there's no reason for it to be a paramilitary force. The vast majority of it should just be sending out paperwork for people to fill out and fines for not, like, having already preemptively filled out said forms. That's it.
Fully capture.
Have a pathway to citizenship and a bunch of bureaucrats, and you can solve this problem.
The degree to which that kid should have the same chances in life as a U.S. citizen kid, but, you know, we've got to accommodate the reality that the majority of the American people think that there's a difference between somebody who's a U.S. citizen and somebody who's not.
Well, you know, also, hey, Obama, there was a point in your presidency when the majority of the American people thought that it was a blasphemous sin to get gay married. How about that? Do we have to accommodate bigots who don't think gay people being married is acceptable? Is that, if that was the majority position, surely you would have had to kowtow to said bigots. Oh, wait, you did. Oh, my, what a failure. I don't know. It's almost like I reject this idea. I do have to say this. I reject point blank the idea that politicians act as apolitical agents. Which is the idea that folks like Obama here are putting forward, right? The idea that, oh, hey, a politician is just a vehicle for the will of the people. And you are simply not supposed to make any arguments. You're not supposed to go out there and fight for any position. You are merely there to look at the polling from your district and do what is most popular. And, like, no, that's actually not your job as a politician. Your job is to make an argument. Your job is to try and shift public opinion. Your job includes, baked into it, having to make the argument for things that will improve the lives of your constituents. It is not just to sit there and get baby-birded polling information so that you just do whatever it is you think they want you to do. Your job is to be there to look at all available data and to lead them. And leadership is not just regurgitating what they want. God. Sometimes leadership involves getting in front of your constituents and making an argument for something that they might not like, but maybe they need.
And that they want an orderly immigration system. And sometimes I think what happens in the online debate is if somebody suggests, well, we have to have some immigration enforcement, then somebody's going to point at that child and say, so you don't care about that kid, so you must be a bad person. The same would be true, let's say, here in Los Angeles around the homeless issue. I think,
oh boy,
morally, ethically speaking, it is an atrocity that in a country this wealthy we have people just on the streets. And we should have we should insist on policies that recognize their full humanity.
Yep.
People who are houseless and be able to provide.
I'm sensing the butt. The butt is getting bigger and bigger.
Them the help and resources that they need. But we should also recognize that the average person, doesn't want to have to navigate around a tent city in the middle of downtown.
Gee whiz. If only there was some kind of option available between staring helplessly at a tent city and recognizing the humanity and needs of the unhoused. If only there was other options available. This is exactly what I'm talking about. This is exactly what I'm talking about when I talk about a failure to dream, a failure of imagination inherent to neoliberalism. This idea that oh, well, we're already in the best of all possible worlds, so the only options here are stare at Tent City and having to navigate around it, or recognizing their humanity and doing nothing about said tent city. The solution here is housing them, you stupid bitch. My God. The solution is housing them. I don't know how else to say this. If you are a leader and you do not have a plan to house your constituents, that is a primary failure. Frankly, any person who's ever played a city builder game would understand not housing some of your population means you do worse at the video game. And we're talking about real life. We're not just talking about a goddamn game. But every single one of these neoliberal shills acts like it's a goddamn game. You have to have the ability to dream bigger than this. I'm sorry. But Jack, have you considered the donor class might not like that? You know what? At some point, Democrats have to say, fuck the donor class. Fuck the corporations. We need to do this to help our constituents. Because last I checked, politicians are elected to represent their constituents, not to represent billion-dollar corporations.
And that we're not going to be able to build a working majority and support for the resources that we need to help folks like that, whether it's drug treatment or
houses, the housing,
temporary housing or what have you.
Okay, just real quick, why does it have to be temporary? Why No, just give them housing. It can be full housing. It doesn't have to be shitty temporary housing. It can just be full housing. There are other countries in the world that have solved this problem with housing first initiatives. It just requires building the housing that is of decent quality, that is safe, that is solid, that people can raise a family in with dignity. You can then offer them an opportunity to buy it for themselves because it's actually worth a damn. And housing first initiatives, okay, save money. It's like Medicare for all, which saves money. When you house people okay, I'm going to back up a step. There is a cost in the decision of whether to have homelessness or to house people. There is a cost in that decision, and it costs more resources and more time and more money to leave people unhoused. I want that to sink in. it costs us more money. It costs the state more money to keep people unhoused. The state actually saves money with housing first initiatives. The state actually saves money to build housing instead of just letting a tent city go unaddressed. But Barack Obama, former president of the United States, sits there and is like, well, these are the only options. You either have to fully recognize their humanity, or you gotta put up with a tent city full of crime and disease right outside your house. Those are the only two options. Fucking failure to imagine, man.
We're not going to be able to generate support for it if we simply say, you know what, it's not their fault, and so they should be able to do whatever they want, because that's a losing political strategy.
Yeah, no shit, it's a losing political strategy, because you're effectively building a goddamn stupid-ass straw man in order to defend your position of, you know, shitty complacency, man. Like, my God. Yep, well, you recognize their humanity in their tent cities, so now they just get to do whatever they want. Like, what are you talking about, man? What kind of world are you constructing in your mind where recognizing the humanity of unhoused people means that they get to do whatever they want and laws don't apply to them anymore, and then you lose the election? I mean, I guess, yeah, in that situation you would lose that election, but like, there are so many profound failures already. It's beyond, this is beyond parody how bad this is.
That doesn't mean that we care less about those folks. It means that if we really care about them, then we got to try to figure out how do we gain majority support and be practical in terms of what we can get through at this moment in time and build on those victories. That a lot of times.
Yes, we have to embrace incrementalism in order to do this. Or, just going to throw this out there, you build a plan that has concrete steps that work towards your ultimate goal. You don't need to just like get little crumbs here and there. You can just like come up with a sensible plan that gets you to where you want to go and pass that as a piece of legislation. And if people aren't on board with it, you campaign in order to make it popular, because that's your job as an elected official.
Is the arguments that are taking place, but they become sort of performative, and people start saying, you know, oh, you're selling out, or conversely, I think sometimes folks at the center say, you know, you're being impractical and dismissing legitimate critiques and concerns. And what we need to be able to do is to maintain both ideas at the same time, which is our long-term goals have to be driven by our values and our core beliefs and our ethics and our morals.
Okay, but again, this embrace of incrementalism, I think it's a profound failure. It's a failure of imagination. A failure of what could be. Like, don't let them tell you we don't have money to do better by people. Don't tell, like, I'm sorry, that's just fucking bullshit. The Trump administration gave $1 trillion to the wealthiest people to ever exist, and almost $100 billion to ICE. And like, I'm sorry, we can do literally anything. It does not matter. Like, never let them trap you like this ever again. Like, oh, well, our long-term goals are good, but we have to wait 50 years to achieve them. No, we don't. That's bullshit.
In the sense that every person counts, and short-term, we got to win elections.
Right.
And anyway, the good news.
Yeah, no one ever won elections promising to house people and give them health care.
Is I think that the folks that we are fighting politically, the current White House, this administration, and their enablers, they're behaving so badly, they're doing such crazy stuff, that it shouldn't be hard for our side to coalesce around the areas where we agree on and focus on that. And I think that, you know, that is going to happen if we are effective in winning the midterms, if we then have a robust primary for who's going to be the next Democratic president. We shouldn't be afraid of having a robust debate. I want all comers to sort this out. I benefited from having about as grueling a primary as I could have. It made me a better candidate. It ultimately made me a better president because I had been tested. My ideas had been tested. The story I was telling about America had been tested. And that's what we should be looking for, rather than expecting that somehow we're going to all come up with some consensus blueprint master plan that everybody's going to execute. You know, Democrats aren't good at doing that anyway.
Yeah. Well, I think, you know, one block of voters who I think there has been particular focus paid to right now is young voters. And, you know, you were able to mobilize a generation of young voters in a way that...
I just, you know, can I just like introduce something that it just makes me mad knowing it exists, but just real quick, okay? Here we go. So this is the George W. Bush Institute. Just a cool little thing to know exists. Critics of Housing First claim that the recent increase in chronic homelessness, rising costs, and paucity of employed tenants are evidence of the program's shortcomings. But such claims not only disregard the damage done by Utah's shift to Operation Rio Grande in 2017, but also ignore the data. In 2020, a review of 26 studies confirmed that Housing First approach decreases homelessness by 88%, increases housing stability by 41%, and improves quality of life for the unhoused relative to traditional approaches. The data also proves that the economic benefits of Housing First outweigh the costs. For every dollar invested in the program, Housing First saves $1.44. That's from the George W. Bush Institute. And, like, we're at a point where Obama is incapable of out-dreaming George W. Bush's acolytes. That's embarrassing. Absolutely embarrassing. Well, but there's no way we could fix it. If we grant them human rights, then they get to do crimes without any kind of a punishment. No, that's not how that fucking works. Jesus Christ, man.
Hadn't been done before. I got involved in politics because of you, and in fact, a lot of millennials, folks my age, got involved in politics because of you. Like when I was a student, you could not find any other students on campus who were not supporting your campaign. Democrats and you had owned the cultural zeitgeist in a way that hadn't been done before, and frankly hasn't been done since. And we've seen a shift happen, obviously, from 2008, 2012 up to 2024. Right. And for the first time, we saw Democrats really lose their grip on culture in a way that hadn't happened before. And so what is your advice in terms of remobilizing a generation of Americans that we've had trouble mobilizing up to this point?
Well, look, part of it has to do with the fact that I was young.
Yeah. So maybe don't nominate octogenarians?
Look, I'm 64 now. I'm pretty healthy 64. Feel great.
Yeah.
But the truth is, half of the references that my daughters make about social media, TikTok, etc., I don't know who they're talking about.
Yeah.
There is a element of, at some point, you age out. You're not connected directly to the immediate struggles that folks are going through. And so I'm not making a hard and fast rule here, but I do think that Democrats do well when we have candidates who are plugged into the moment, to the zeitgeist, to the times, and the particular struggles that folks are thinking about as they look towards the future rather than look backward toward the past. And so some of it is choosing candidates who check that box. I do think that there is an element of joy that Democrats lost sometimes. Our campaign was fun. We had some, look, it wasn't always fun for me, but we built a community. We gave people a sense that if you are part of this, you're doing something meaningful. And it wasn't just talk.
Well, and then we burned them all after my campaign was successful. And we never did anything with that network ever again. Because I gave up all of that for my corporate donors. Then Occupy Wall Street happened, and they were all just such little whiners.
Young people ran our campaigns. We empowered them. We put them in charge. They were out there figuring stuff out. I'm not the person who was figuring out our media strategy. I was not the person who was out there, knocking on doors and talking to voters and creating events. It was 20 and 30-year-olds. And so what happened in our campaign, and what you recently saw in Mondami's campaign in New York, when there's that sense of joy and engagement and involvement, then people feel like, all right, this is not just some transactional grind. This is
Lady APR, I appreciate your Stargate reference. Thank you.
Me becoming part of a community and joining with others. And I think young people respond to that. And then a corollary to that is I do think that culturally, and I've talked about this before, we did turn off. I think there was a certain way of talking about issues for Democrats where we sounded like scolds. And I've said this before. There was a virtue signaling that made it seem as if ordinary folks, if they did not say things in exactly the right way or meet this litmus test, that they were being chastised, pushed away. And the truth is, most of us, all of us, are complicated, and we have blind spots, and sometimes we say dumb stuff, and if you want to create an environment that is welcoming and makes people feel, okay, there's room for me here, then the message and the story we tell has to be, all right, none of us are perfect. All of us count. We all have good in us that we can tap into. We can all learn from each other. And I think that is something we need to recover. That's part of the fun of politics. That's part of
what? Okay, but like, It kind of seems to me like if you are acknowledging that we're all flawed and we have good intentions, then correction should not be a big deal, right? Like, if you are at a party and you're all having fun and you're all welcome there, and someone says something that isn't cool to the other people at the party just go, "Oh, hey man, that wasn't cool. Can you like don't say stuff like that here?" And then the person who said it just goes, "Oh, okay, sorry." And then like they continue, right? Like that's how that would work. But when he's talking about, well, don't call out people. It's not cool. We're all flawed. But like if we're all flawed and we're all good natured and we're all in the same boat and you make a gaffe, one, wouldn't you want to know you made a gaffe? Two, maybe that gaffe was actually kind of a big deal and people are trying to communicate that it was a big deal, you know? Like maybe you said something that was racially insensitive. Maybe you said something that was like insensitive to a trans person. Like wouldn't if you are also here in good faith and like a good like hearted individual, wouldn't you want to know that? Yeah, Obama isn't being very cash money. I agreed, Nocturnal. Jack, don't you get it? That's scolding and that's bad. I mean, I think yeah, I'm very frustrated by this interview.
The community and the social bonding that can come about. And we saw that in Minneapolis. I mean, somebody showed me a friend of mine, Michelle Norris, is from Minnesota, and she was up there, and she was going around talking to neighbors and people she'd known for a long time as they were mobilizing protests and activities around ICE. And she showed me a clip of this street band that was performing every night after all these activities had been taking place and protests, etc. And they were just out there and they were playing music, and I'm trying to figure out how they were playing, horns and drums, etc. in like 0-degree weather, because I would not have been able to put my lips on a trumpet. And people were celebrating what they had accomplished. And it was an embodiment of the values that make us care about other people. And that, I think, is a spirit that when Democrats tap into that spirit, then we win. The other side does the mean, angry,
demagoguery,
exclusive, us, them.
I'm sorry, but boiling this down to tone, I think is extraordinarily tone deaf. The difference between the left and the right isn't that the left are so sweet and nice. It's not that the left are they're always baking brownies for each other. The left, where we're all sweet little grannies and pure-mouthed virgins. Like, no, like, come on, dude. Like, the left can also be foul-mouthed and, abrasive and mean. But the issue is, we're correct. And if it will further our cause to be mean and abrasive, then we should do that in the situations where it would further our cause to be mean and abrasive. If it will further our cause to be nice, we should do that. Because our cause is just. But this idea that, like, oh, well, the right are the only ones who can be mean. No. It's also a similar trap that gets people into the thinking of like, oh, wait a minute. The left has always told me that the right was mean. but someone at a Trump rally was nice to me, or a Trump supporter helped me carry my bicycle up some stairs. Like, the tone is not what is important here. It is the principles that are important. And if you are so willing to sell out the principles because of the tone, then you never really believed in it in the first place.
You know, divisive politics. That's their home court.
Yeah.
Our court is coming together. Our court is, look, you know, a great example. Wasn't political. Bad Bunny's.
Yeah, our court is when the billionaires and the people come together to support the Democrats. That's our court.
Halftime show.
I knew you were going to say that. Yeah.
Well, it resonated. It was smart because it wasn't preaching. It was showing. It was demonstrating and displaying. This is what a community is, and people who
it wasn't. I mean, it was kind of preaching. It was making an argument.
Did not speak Spanish and have never been to Puerto Rico. They saw that elderly woman serving a drink and the kids dancing with their grandmas, and it was intergenerational, and it was a reminder of what Dr. King called the beloved community can look like, which is not perfect, and it's messy sometimes, and you know, I guarantee you not all those lyrics were probably politically correct. And if you translated them, and, you know, they're, you know, people are complicated. But there was a sense of, all right, there's room for everybody here.
Yeah.
And that, I think, is where we win.
I'm here, Lav.
You know,
what's up?
Your presidential center is opening.
What bothers me about using Bad Bunny here as like his go-to example of this is that Bad Bunny, with his halftime show, was explicitly calling out like the corporate abuses of Puerto Rico, like that were perpetrated against Puerto Rico and its people. Like the whole electrical grid portion is like directly about the corporate abuses of Puerto Rico. And like I just have to say, like, when you are sitting there and you're like, well, you know, it's either a question of do you treat these people as human beings if they're homeless, or do you just live with a tent encampment outside your house? That he said earlier, I don't really see how you can take the Bad Bunny halftime show and make any arguments based on that when like you have the kind of outlook you do that you demonstrated with the homeless issue, right? Like he demonstrated already that he does not give a fuck about the homeless issue. It's such a sad, heartrending situation, but at the same time, you know, we have to be realistic about it. And like if you aren't willing to do anything more than just like make some kind of hand wavy gesture at like incremental progress that may or may not one day, by the grace of God, actually like get people out of the horrible situation they're in, like you are effectively doing nothing better than what Puerto Rico already lives under. You know, if you're willing to do that for homeless people in LA, you're certainly willing to do it to Puerto Rican folks who are living, you know, hurricane to hurricane with a failing grid system that is implemented by private corporations that own all of the debt on Puerto Rico, which allows them to abuse the people of Puerto Rico even further. It's so frustrating. Lav the Lioness, thank you. I appreciate it. Yeah, like, dude literally had a halftime show showing Puerto Ricans working on the sugar plantations And man, this interview is putting me in a bad headspace.
Up this summer, and you've dedicated your post-presidency to lifting up the next generation of leaders, oftentimes in defiance of people begging and pleading with you to stay involved in the political process. Right. And so why is it important for you to defer to those people, especially at a moment where it feels like there is a vacuum of leadership on the left? You are among, if not the most popular politician.
I do appreciate Brian Tyler Cohen essentially asking, where the fuck have you been?
in America, and so you're right here, and so why is it important for you in this moment to make sure that you defer to others?
Well, first of all, I'm not a politician anymore, and I can't be, right? I mean, I guess technically I could run for, city council or something, but
I mean, dog, you're a former president. Like, you know better than anyone that when you show up someplace, you get cameras on you. You could be effectively using the bully pulpit right now to put pressure on the Trump administration and, like, actually change things for the better. It would take work on your part, though, so, maybe you don't want to do that.
Yeah.
I'm not in elected office. I don't have levers of power. I'm term limited out, and by the way, I believe...
Yeah, you don't have any levers of power. You just have extensive political connections and the ability to get a camera basically anywhere you go, and the ability to speak to a country of 300 million people. Yeah, what kind of power could you possibly wield in any of these situations as a private citizen?
In the Constitution, and also I believe in my marriage, and Michelle would divorce me even if I could run again. But I've always believed, I mean, this has been a central tenet of my work even before I was in elected office, that our job as leaders is to lift up other leaders, to empower others, to...
Yeah, so why don't you come down here to Minneapolis and lift up some of the leaders who have actually been doing leading on the ground here? Why don't you lift up Jason Chavez, one of the Minneapolis City Council folks who've been actually going out there and doing the work? You should be coming here. Get cameras on ICE, man. Like, you're the former president of the United States.
To find their gifts and help them exercise those gifts. And so when I left the presidency, I said, what's our foundation going to do? We care about climate change. We care about racial justice. We care about healthcare. We care about a whole bunch of issues, and I work on those issues. Now, right now, I'm spending a lot of time helping to think about how we're going to respond to AI as it's coming down the pike, and it's moving fast. So I care about specific issues, but the thing I thought I could do uniquely.
Me, while watching this interview. It might be a bit loud. Also, patience of saint as always, Jack.
Doing my best. Yes.
Michelle and I still have the capacity, not just here in the United States, but globally, to inspire and motivate young people.
I mean, like, even if you are afraid to get on, like, the front lines, like, just show up and have an interview with some of these people. You don't have to be, like, out in the thick of it, like, fist fighting ICE, but, like, you can show up. You can walk around the city with your cameras. You can show up and talk to Jason Chavez. Also, if you can think of anything that would kick a goddamn hornet's nest harder than arresting Barack Obama, then I can't think of anything that would make people as angry as fast.
And invite them in to this process. And that's what we need. We just talked about it. You look at where excitement's going to come from. It's going to come from...
Yeah, but Don Lemon doesn't have the protection of being a former president. Like, there's a big difference between being Don Lemon, normal guy, relatively famous normal guy, and Barack Obama.
The 20, 30-year-olds who know firsthand what it means to not be able to buy a house.
Yeah, I mean, also, Barack Obama literally has his own security called the Secret Service.
Know firsthand what it means to see some of the ladder's opportunity being taken away. Have grown up in a moment in which there's more social isolation, right? And so
I'm just saying that if Obama has all this power and isn't using it, he must be a coward. Oh yes, he is absolutely a coward.
And understand both the good and the bad of social media. And so they're the ones who are going to craft these, who are going to remake our institutions so that they are consistent with the values that are, I think, timeless. And so what we've tried to do at the foundation has been...
Wait, former presidents have Secret Service? Yeah, for life. And any children of former presidents have Secret Service until they're 16.
And to identify potential leaders, not just with traditional credentials, not just the kids coming out of fancy schools or with the top grades, but union organizers and grassroots organizers, as well as journalists and teachers and healthcare professionals and human rights activists. And we've now had thousands of folks go through the program, and these are folks who are doing remarkable stuff at very young ages. I mean, they're setting up health clinics in sub-Saharan Africa, or they're designing new programs for intervention to help with the opioid crisis in Appalachia, or they're working on how do we educate kids and using technology in remote rural areas and Native American reservations. Remarkable folks are doing amazing stuff. And the Presidential Center, which will be opening up in June, is going to be the hub around which all this activity happens. And there'll be a museum with Michelle's dresses, since that's what people want to see.
Yeah.
We'll have some sports memorabilia and some cool stuff in there. But really, the heart of the Presidential Center is going to be the music studio, to where kids are learning how to tell stories through music, and a place to record podcasts so they can learn how to talk about the issues in ways that resonate. And there's a Chicago Public Library in there, and there's an auditorium where young people will be exposed to world leaders who are coming through and can talk about their own journey. And what that does is it builds a community of activists, and it reminds people you're not alone. You're not alone in your sorrow when you see some of the stuff that's been happening in this country over the last year. But you're also not alone in being able to figure out how do we push back and come up with new solutions, and how do we remake these institutions so that they work for this generation. And that kind of spirit is what we hope this Presidential Center will constantly refresh and renew. This is kind of a social change university, and we want
God, dude literally is going all in. He's going all in on making a think tank to try and find the Democratic Joe Biden. Not Joe Biden, the Democratic Joe Rogan. God, I hate it. I hate it. He's made an entire think tank designed to find the one Joe Rogan who can slay the other. That literally, it's what he did. I can't, guys. I'm dying. I'm dying internally, and I don't know how to articulate these thoughts. I just... Holy fuck, this... I gotta be honest with you, I really hope AOC is gonna run for president. Because out of the entire field of candidates, she's the only one that I can see breaking free of this mentality. I'm like, this is killing me. I feel awful just listening to this. Oh, God. We will construct the Joe Rogan in the presidential library, using pieces of every podcaster that comes through our halls.
Just ordinary visitors who don't think of themselves as activists, as they go through these exhibits and they see what's been done in the past, we want them to think, well, what can I do? And we'll be giving them all kinds of ways in which they can then connect with local organizations. And
wouldn't a Rogan plus anti-Rogan reaction be enough energy to destroy the planet? Yeah, probably. Yeah.
Get active in their own communities around the things that they care about. That kind of reinvigorating our civic muscles, giving people
our civic muscles. What kind of protein shake does anti-Rogan drink?
Sense of I'm not going to just sit here and doom scroll or occasionally tweet some complaint about what's happening, but that I actually have agency and I can actually make a difference. We want to encourage that, and that's what we saw and have been seeing across the country in response to the violations and overreach and lawlessness.
That's true. Milo Rossi is the true anti-Rogan, and the Democrats will never embrace him because he's almost certainly a socialist. And I know that because I've watched a lot of his show and I've listened to the words he says.
Google debunkers.
That's been coming out of this administration. We just have to encourage that and cultivate that and not assume that it happens on its own. I became president because very early on in my career, I had people teach me the power.
Oh, they're very clearly in like a sound room. Why is there like a rumble?
Of community and
I thought
other
that was on my end.
Joining together around common interests. And I tried to manifest what I'd learned in every campaign I ran and try to ride that all the way through my presidency. And, I didn't figure out all that stuff on my own. And we have a long history in this country, dating back to the abolitionist movement and the suffragist movement and on through the civil rights movement and the union movement. And we have a long history internationally. Gandhi learning from Thoreau, who then inspires King, who then inspires Mandela, who in the meantime, like Walesa, is helping to, and Solidarity are helping to bring down the Iron Curtain and inspiring the people power in the Philippines. And
what really pisses me off about listening to Obama speak is the constant gesturing at people power as if people aren't motivated by trying to get a government into power that will provide basic needs like food and housing and electricity, etc. Like, as if people aren't brought together by profound failures in the system because they need the basic necessities that are required to live a life of dignity, you know? And it bothers me because by not acknowledging that, he talks in like broad strokes about, people power and like the power of change and like stuff like that without really attaching it to any material concerns. And that has on a long-term basis profoundly harmed our country, I think, and our ability to talk about and understand issues. It's frustrating as hell.
That spirit, that energy, it's out there, and you can feel it, but it's bottled up. We haven't given enough outlets for young people to figure out, how do I become a part of that? And that's this enormous untapped power that we have to get back to.
So I want to do a little bit of a lightning round here because it's not often I'll get access to the President of the United States. So a couple questions here. Are aliens real?
They're real, but I haven't seen them, and they're not being kept in, what is it?
Area 51?
Area 51. There's no underground facility unless there's this enormous conspiracy and they hid it from the President of the United States.
What was the first question you wanted?
I mean, no follow-ups on the fact that even if you're like, oh, well, there's no conspiracy, there's no area under 51, no follow-up on him saying unequivocally, yes, aliens are real? Because we don't need to physically have them. Yeah, insane thing to say and not elaborate on, exactly. Like, if he's just straight up saying aliens are real, that's huge. Exactly what the aliens would say. But like, if we know, like, there are a million different ways we could know aliens are real and exist without us physically having a specimen or like a secret facility or whatever. Oh, okay, he made a statement after the fact about statistically speaking. Okay, I mean, I agree with that. Statistically speaking, they gotta be real. Also, they discovered some like amino acids on Mars that are very exciting.
Answered when you became president.
Where are the aliens?
Where are the aliens? Is there a person that you most want to meet that you haven't met yet?
I'll be honest with you. Being president, or even being an ex-president, I can kind of meet everybody. So I've met a lot of folks. Yeah. The person who I have not yet met,
Riverboat Jack,
and that I'm looking forward to meeting, and I hope I get an opportunity sometime in the future, is the new Pope, who is from Chicago and a White Sox fan. I had the pleasure of getting to know Pope Francis pretty well, and he was legit. You know, there's some figures. He's one. The Dalai Lama is another, who they're how you hope they are. They kind of walk the walk.
Yeah.
And my sense of this new Pope is he's cut from that cloth. Yeah. You know, somebody who.
Well, he is a man of the cloth.
Worked in places, that really needed help and
like, say, an LA-based tent city that has elected leadership that isn't actually, I don't know, building housing and providing housing for solutions.
And what wasn't just preaching from a pulpit, but getting his hands dirty, trying to help people. So I'm looking forward to talking to him.
I think we can. I think
at some point I'll probably have him. Yeah.
What world leader did you like the most and the least?
There are a lot of world leaders I enjoyed. Angela Merkel I became very close to because she really was the leader of Europe during my presidency, and we were grappling with a bunch of different stuff. She came from a center-right tradition. I obviously come from a center-left position, but she had integrity, very, wicked smart, and
wicked smart.
We're both analytical and practical, and try to figure out how to problem solve, and so she became a very close partner to mine. I'm gonna defer on the leaders I like least. There's enough of a public record. People probably have a sense of some of the folks who I wasn't happy with.
Best prank out of the White House when you were president?
What?
Look, I'll be honest with you. Folks aren't running pranks in the White House. They're Secret Service. Everybody's busy.
Yeah.
If there were pranks, they weren't run on me, and I didn't.
You didn't pull any?
I tended not to pull pranks. People are intimidated enough by a president.
Yeah.
You know, you don't want to punch down on a prank.
Yeah.
If you're gonna pull off a prank, it's got to be on somebody who can prank you back. And wasn't nobody gonna prank me. Yeah.
All right. Last question here: is Tupac alive?
He's alive on my playlist.
All right. All right, we'll leave it there.
There you go.
Mr. President,
I enjoyed it, Frank.
I appreciate it.
Thank you
so
Keep
much.
up doing the good work.
Well, that sapped almost entirely my will to live, but I will regain it, and we'll reconvene in the future. But like, closing thoughts here. Obama represents a profound failure point in this nation's history, where he was elected to power on a groundswell of enthusiasm from people who genuinely believed that he represented change from the, essentially deeply conservative proto-fascist years of the George W. Bush administration. And instead of actually using that power, he threw it away in exchange for corporate donations, essentially. And that represents a colossal problem, because it then set the tone for who he cozied up to, who he set up for victory in the future. And ultimately, it was not the kind of people, it was not the kind of movement that he wound up creating that was capable of beating Donald Trump. It was not capable of putting up a fight to the more overtly fascistic campaign of Donald Trump, the more nationalistic, fascistic campaign. And ultimately, it then led to Joe Biden getting into office, who was also woefully under-equipped and unequipped to deal with the current moment. And this shattered the left response. And it's one of the reasons why Joe Biden's re-election campaign, Kamala Harris's campaign, was so anemic. A lot of it can be traced back to the fact that Obama rug pulled us. We thought he was going to be the hope and change candidate. We thought he might be, in fact, the guy to give working class people in this country a fair shake. And instead, he spent the entirety of his presidency playing patty cake with Republicans, waiting for the fever to break, and they just said, "Lol, no," over and over again, and denied at every turn the ability to have normal dealings with the presidency until they waited it out. They waited out the clock. They got their guy in, and the second their guy was in, they looted the country. They looted the goddamn country. And then after Biden, they looted the country again. And a lot of that has to do with the fact that instead of building upon the organizing foundation that Obama had going into his first presidency, it all got burned to the ground. The boats were burned, and the folks who were organizing for Obama wound up bitterly a part of Occupy Wall Street. And after that movement was broken, like, a lot of folks had nowhere to go, and so they went back to being relatively politically inactive. Not everyone, but a lot of folks. And it was only with Bernie Sanders reemerging that those folks began to get more politically active again. And as we go forward towards 2028, Bernie Sanders is too old. But it's possible that maybe AOC can tap into what Bernie started, what Bernie actually started, as opposed to Obama's false start. And maybe, just maybe, we can finally get someone into power who's actually got the backs of working folks. Occupy broke a lot of people's will to action. It hurt to watch. Yeah, it did. It hurts to even, like, remember, to be honest. So, folks, if you got anything out of this, hit the like button, hit the subscribe button, hit the follow button, and let me know what you thought about this down in the comments. Am I being too harsh on Obama? I don't think I am. In fact, there are a whole lot of things I could have brought up that I didn't. But let me know what you think in the comments. And also, folks, we need to get organized, because the midterms are coming up, and then the general election is not too far away from that. So, folks, join your local Dems, join your local DSA, get involved today. If you need help, join our Discord. Reach out to GamerG for help with your DSA. Reach out to Dragonfly for help with your local Dems. And last but not least, please check out ImogeneOlivia.com. Gender euphoric lingerie designed from the ground up for trans femmes. Tested with cis men, cis women, non-binary folks. It is non-tucking lingerie. Looks great on everybody. Very comfortable. And also new styles, colors, and sizes coming in the near future. So check out, link down in the doobly-doo. I'm actually wearing the bralette right now. It's very comfortable. And all that being said, let's keep on going. Let's not be mired down in the past with Obama's failures. Let's rise above and get more organized. Let's go. Woo! God. Exhausting. Well, folks, we've been going for about 6 hours. Well, over 6 hours now. If you've been enjoying it, please hit the follow button, hit the subscribe button, hit the like button, and we got a little song to let you know what to do, so here you go. I've been doing work for Progressive Victory? Hell yeah. Go, go, go. Click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click a button, click a button, click a button, click the goddamn button, click button, click button, click button, hell yeah. What is this, Banana Brains? You're Ascended King, thank you for the $10 dono. Much appreciated.
tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative,
Pocahontas. Bing, bing. No, she's got this goofy friend, Mike Cheese. She's a basket case. Donald Trump. Oh, boy. Goofus.
That was lovely. I enjoyed that a lot. Okay. I'm gonna collapse now like a dying star. I will see you all tomorrow. Bye.
If we fall for, you know, a bunch of sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative, tweets, funny, sounds provocative,
Pocahontas. Bing, bing. No, she's got this goofy friend, Mike Cheese. She's a basket case. Donald Trump. Oh, boy. Goofus.